Hello everyone, how you doing today? Sorry I did not forget about you all. You ever get that thing where you're like at the end of your day and it's like almost 5 and you're like, I just gotta finish this last little thing. I was like that a moment ago because I was working on a pretty cool demo, I have to admit. And I was just like, I know I can finish this if I have a second. I was like, just like so close to finishing this demo that I had to push it and get it out there. So I apologize for being late. This is also true. This is the important part here. This orange juice. All right. How's everyone doing today? Yeah, how is everyone doing today? This is going to be a fun topic. There's so many ways and metrics we can like look at JavaScript frameworks, and in terms of just kind of like understanding, like how do you make any kind of decision on them. And I have to admit, hanging out with me today might not make any of these decisions easier for you. The truth of everything obviously is like it's complicated, or it's nuanced or whatever. And there's different people who are going to have different reasons for talking about different frameworks and different solutions and tools and what to use. And for me, what overwhelmingly led to me wanting to do the stream today was that I don't know. I just saw a lot of takes out there, and a lot of things where I was like, I don't like, from where I sit. And again, everyone has their own levels of depth. So I was just like, it's missing some important details, or not really understanding, in our way, a lot of the like nuances behind, the thinking, the direction, the alignment of these frameworks with what you're trying to do. Right? Like we can go like, oh, compilers are cool, but like, what does that mean? And that's a bit why I wanted to talk about this, because the new year is always like the time of hot takes, the time of everyone's got like their picks and reflecting on the year, and it's good. As I said, I listened to several podcasts and looked at several things the last couple of days, because like it's a time when everyone starts reflecting on where things are at and what the future is going to look like, and I find that really interesting. It's also interesting to me personally. I would have loved to get an invite on some of those podcasts, because I feel like this time of the year is probably when what I have to say is the most relevant. Because everyone who watches the stream knows what I do. I just dissect every tool in the space. That's what we do. I just look across the board, look at all the frameworks, look at all the tools, and figure out how they work and what they're doing and what's behind their motivations for doing those things. So for that reason, yeah, I'm pretty stoked to be here and talk about this. Yes, people are saying hi in the chat. Yeah, I'm due for another FS Jam. Yeah. Yeah, and okay, here's the thing. I mean, there's no way this isn't going to be an Excalidraw stream to a certain extent, right? Like, but what Theo tried to do, this is something that I recognized as soon as he started. I'm like, oh man, this is ambitious. Like, he's gonna be like trying to find the framing he wanted, because I understood what he was trying to do. If anyone hasn't checked it out, Theo's JavaScript Framework stream the other day was pretty good. He'll probably release a video coming up. And for him, he was framing stuff on how him as a average, practical, pragmatic developer, how he is going to choose between stuff. He didn't cover every framework. He didn't, he skipped a whole bunch of them, or didn't mention them, or just kind of like they didn't fit into his graph, because he's like, look, ultimately, end of the day, I'm going to make a product, and the type of products that I look at and the kind of considerations. He's like, he tries to expand his bubble a little bit further, where he's like, okay, look, if I was this person in this case, I would kind of go this way, or if I'm this person in this case, I'd kind of go that way. And I think that that's a difficult task to do, because it's a categorization problem, but it's framing it in terms of users, which is probably the most useful thing. I'm probably not going to be so ambitious. I think where I sit right now, I don't have the authority to be able to do that anymore, because my biases and my interests no longer, I've worked to the last few years very close in the framework space that I feel like I can't as clearly articulate that position from like a practicality use point standpoint as someone like Theo would. I do have some perspective on that. I don't know. I do feel sometimes like when I'm working in the framework space that strangely enough, I'm a bit of an oddity, mostly in that before I got into this in JavaScript Frameworks, I almost had 2 decades of experience in the industry. And that's kind of different, should I say? Like framework authors and stuff are usually the really young, smart people who like are brilliant and they're working on the hard problems and they're figuring out the space. And I was just this senior engineering manager guy who just really liked reactivity. So my perspective is a little bit different, and that helped me design the stuff I did for Solid.js. But it also means that like now that I've been on frameworks pretty much for the last 3 years now, full time, I'm not as up to date on like best practices in a React app. You should ask Theo for that, you know. But yeah, I mean, just to kind of frame the conversation here. Yeah, I'll talk about it. This is why I was late. We will talk about that. Yeah, I'm hoping people get some kind of value through it. Do I have a reference to Theo Talk? It's probably on his Twitch channel still. I don't know if he takes his stuff down right away. Theo is a content guy, right? And he knows the power content. So generally he'll stream it and then he'll produce really good content out of it. So I don't know in the intermediate how much of his stuff's available. I mean, okay, Mishko Hevery is not a young guy, right? But Mishko Hevery, I also feel like, yeah, I mean, he also had Angular for that. Like he was already in the framework game before Qwik, you know. All right. Yeah, VODs on YouTube, but unlisted. Okay, yeah, so that's a little bit tricky to find because he does it on purpose too, I think now, because he doesn't share the YouTube channel link when he goes live. All right. Anyway, let's actually tell people we're live. I know you guys know that I'm live, but other people might not know that I'm live. So I usually just ramble a bit here at the beginning because I like to make sure that people get past those annoying Twitch ads. Actually, I'm going to share my screen. I rushed in here so fast that I didn't even do that. And these really agnostic ad software removals. All right. Okay. All right. Let's go to my profile so I don't accidentally leak out some secret tweet someone made. But yeah, what did I advertise this one? This one. Yeah. And just to talk a bit about the image for this, because that drew some heat. This image is actually something that I was kind of playing around with as an idea, and I pitched it to David, who runs the Solid community, and he like just did it for me. But this was not recently. This was like almost 2 years ago. I think it was like a year and a half ago. And basically, I just like went with it. I was like, wow, this is really cool. You know, I basically, it was just an idea I had. And then I wanted to use it to promote a few different ideas, like mostly Astro. But then, as it turns out, everyone's been telling me that that's the Angular JS logo, not the Angular 2 onwards logo. So I apologize to anyone from the Angular community who was like, what's going on here, or put off. I have to admit, outside of the Angular community, probably almost no one knows that. The logos are almost, like, they are similar enough to, actually, you know what, let's just look here. Oh, sorry about that. Backstream. You guys probably can't hear that. All right, cool. I was just opening Twitch to make sure that I actually see everyone in Twitch, because sometimes that does not happen. I don't see subs and stuff through the channel. But sorry, what I wanted to just put out here is, look, Angular. Let's search for Angular. Okay, this is the Angular logo. This is the Angular JS logo, right? A designer will tell you that these are infinitely different. Or maybe anyway. Sorry about that. No, Angular isn't dead. Not thing. I mean, it's funny because at this time of year, this is the kind of hot takes that everyone's going to have. I mean, you do have to look about trending up and trending down in terms of mind share, but like Angular still firmly holds like on npm downloads. I think Vue and Angular have been like on par like for ages. Unfortunately, we can't use npm downloads anymore because the stupid Vue and Svelte spike of this year basically messed that up for us all. You know, you go here and you're like, okay, yeah, was it npm trends or something? I can't remember the name of the site. Yeah, sure. Let's go in here and you're like, okay, I'm going to look at React because it's everyone uses React. Okay, this is the Christmas drop. It happens every year. Don't look too much into it. And then you're like, okay, let's look at Vue. And then it's like, this is just messing with everything. How about Svelte? Most people are aware of this, but like npm downloads for stats have are kind of lost because of this. It just is. I mean, you could kind of interpolate because when the blip goes away, they continue back to where they were. And honestly, the other thing about npm downloads is if you put React in the graph, no one else is even showing up here anyways. Let's put Angular in here. Add Angular core, I believe. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, look, here's Angular. See, Angular and Vue are basically just sitting on top of each other. So I don't know what kind of indicator this is of anything. I just want to point out that Angular is not dead. All right, but we'll talk about Angular today because it's one of the things, and that's the question. How do we frame this conversation, right? And will there be Excalibur involved? And the answer to those questions is both. Yes. So, how are we going to frame this? Well, to me, there's two ways I can attack this question, and one of them, the obvious one, is just talk about what's going on in each framework. The other one is to talk about areas of interest, right? And I'm also going to pull up at this time, just in case anyone hasn't seen it. Surprisingly, I got like a tiny bit of a story behind this one. Is I wrote an article on December 29th, and it's about to eclipse my my most viewed article. It's my most viewed article on dev.to, but it's about to eclipse my my JS performance article from a couple years ago on Medium. And the funniest thing is I wrote this article just because Theo was like, what's your best article this year? And I'm like, I looked at them and I'm like, these are good, but they're not like that good. I'm just going to write a new article and that one can be the best article. Obviously you don't do that like the day before everyone's trying to like compile things, but I did. And apparently it is. So, I'm going to talk a bit about the stuff in this article as well to kind of frame it, because this is where I wrote down, a few days ago, a lot of my thoughts looking to what the past year has looked like, and where we're heading to next year. All right. How are we doing so far? We are 15 minutes in or so, and we've got some people in here. All right, so I guess it's fair to say before we get into like 2023, we should talk a bit about 2022. And the truth of the matter is, if we're gonna like sum up 2022, we have to mostly just talk about the incredible things that have happened on the MetaFramework side, right? Everyone's released a MetaFramework. Server rendering has been the focus, and I think that's been obvious. It's been the focus for a couple years now, really. Like, the difference was, like, through 2020, 2021, there wasn't such a feeling of, like, things getting there. We all knew, like, there's a goal, it's out there, like, it's coming. And 2022 actually saw most things arrive. Right. Yes. December 2020 was the first RC drop. Right. And I expected that some people thought in 2021 we would see that. But the truth of the matter is, I mean, and this is a whole other topic. I almost made the stream today about React server components again and server components again, because I've been diving very deep to understand all the trade-offs, all the context, all that kind of stuff, because I've been, as you guys know, the solid version of the server components demos is very, very, very impressive. And I want to put that in everyone's hands, but it's experimental right now because there's a lot of questions around some of the edgier cases. So I've been exploring a lot and coming to like even new revelations that I wasn't even aware of at the time that I talked about Next last time, or even when I demoed Solid. So I've got a lot more to talk about server components, but that's not probably the primary focus for today, though it might come up. But yeah, the thing is, I like this mention because how is it that it's always React because it's the big player that actually causes the move to happen? The conversation on SSR began maybe with Next and, you know, React kind of back then, but the actual shift to like not SSR as an add-on, which is kind of like how you might view it in most single page apps. You just go like, here's my single page app, now I SSR it. But actually as being a first class citizen, obviously in the mainstream thinking also showed up around 2020. So like, how do we like, it took React to actually like push people and go, oh, there's something here. But like, if you just look at it, like Jason's article about islands showed up in 2020. So already on thought leaders' minds. My personal story, as many of you might remember, is in March 2020, I joined eBay to work on Marko, which is a server thing. Like, you could tell that the shift was happening. When did Mishko leave Angular to work on Qwik? Also around this time. I don't have the exact dates on it, but if I had to guess, it was late 2020. So this stuff's been in the works for a while, but it hasn't really been realized until now. It takes, like, I've been telling everyone, it takes 12 to 18 months to write a MetaFramework. Like, we shouldn't be too critical of Svelte kit's time, you know, to release, other than maybe the fact that Rich slightly underestimated. But like, that's the work it takes. You guys are talking about me preambling. Yeah, sorry. Redwood took 3 years. Yeah, and the funniest thing is, I bet the more opinionated you are, the more this is true, right? It's actually, this is like a huge challenge, and I mean, this is a whole other tangent. I don't want to go too far down, but like, the more opinionated you are, the slower you move, right? And I mean, this is one of those like. This is one of those challenges, right? Because like, in a sense, the more value you bring to those people, but the thing is, the opinions on the edge, like the things that you have to build up to, are the things that change the quickest. So you're both the slowest to move, and you're subject to the highest volatility the further you take the opinions. So it's one of those very challenging things. 6 months, yeah. I definitely 6 months. Yeah, it's analog, right? Yeah, I was going to mention analog today when we talk about Angular. We had okay, 7 deployment integrations. I mean, there's that. These things have gotten easier thanks to Vite, thanks to other people all working on the exact same things. What do we got here, Maple? I haven't read this yet, but I trust anything you say. The amount of work it takes to actually solidify a MetaFramework and cover all the use cases. That's reasons I haven't made my own yet. I also lack backend info knowledge. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, this is like this is a long time. Yeah. Someone was asking about Astro too. I mean, Astro came out. I want to say February 2021, if my memory is correct. So, like, you know, I think this is all like just kind of putting this into perspective of what the last year has kind of been like. For me personally, I talked about a few topics. I talk about hydration. I talk about the new routing stuff that I've been working on, signals everywhere, and TypeScript-driven development. And the funny thing is, these topics are still the topics that are going to come into 2023. So let's get to Excalidraw and kind of like talk a bit about what are the areas that are like moving in frameworks. You know, we'll just make a list at first, and then we can kind of decide what we're going to do with it. But like this kind of helps frame our discussion today, right? Because we're going to be like, okay, JavaScript frameworks. I don't want to call it. It's not like areas. It's like it is areas. We'll figure out if there's a better word for it. But okay, what do we got first? I think the first area we should talk about. It's not even talk about. I'm not gonna put these in any order actually. So let's. But yeah, these are things that we that are our topics. There's stuff like update models. Okay. Stuff like rendering performance, stuff like async consistency. I'm going wide here. These are things. I just want to kind of collect everything that everyone's working on right now. Server rendering performance, hydration performance. Yes, these are two different things. And then maybe something around compilation, because that's a buzzword people like to talk about. And I also want to talk about like tooling integration pieces, largely about TypeScript, but just kind of understanding. I think that, and let's see if anyone else for the chat has any kind of ideas here, but I think this is generally like what we're looking at as kind of hot topics in JavaScript frameworks right now. Right? So integration with React. Yeah, I mean, resumability is hydration or not hydration. I mean, it's part of that same thing, right? Yeah, and there are, don't get me wrong, I told you at the beginning, I'm not picking the list of things that you should consider for choosing your framework. I'm talking about what frameworks, like what frameworks are doing. Like a lot of people are probably sitting there like going, are they twiddling their thumbs? Like React didn't do anything for like 5 years, right? Like it's not true. And these are areas that these are feature and technology differentiators. We'll talk about the other aspects too, as we talk about this framework specifically, but I just wanted to highlight some of the topics so that when this is almost like our glossary, so that like when we go and talk about the individual frameworks, you guys have, we have a bit of an understanding of like what these areas are, right? Yeah, so state management is part of update models from my perspective. That's what I mean when I talk about update models. I am talking about state management to a degree, right? So let's elaborate on these a little bit more so people can kind of get a better idea what I mean. Yeah. So when I'm talking about update models, I want to talk about signals. I want to talk the impact of things like signals. I mentioned this in the blog post. I thought this was really quite an awesome tweet. For those who don't know, getting some Angular love again. Paul Kozlowski is a core Angular team member, works for Google, and wrote this. Signals are the new VDOM. There's an explosion of interest. Many people are trying things that will let us explore the space, try different strategies, understand it, and optimize things. Not sure where we're going to settle in the end, but this collective exploration is great. That is a statement, right? That is a statement. And again, it's from a core team member of Angular. I have learned not to sleep on Angular recently. I know everyone in the React community kind of likes making it, butt of the jokes a little bit, and I can see why. And when we talk about Angular, people might see why. But here's the thing. If I had been paying attention to Angular in 2019, I would have known about resumability before having to basically completely, with the Marko team, we basically rediscovered ourselves about a year and a half later. And when I say we, I mean Michael Rawlings, the guy's a genius. But like, essentially, Angular was not on my radar, and I missed a very important technology that we basically had to discover it ourselves, independently. And I feel like that would have saved us 6 months of like thinking and working through problems, if we had seen Mishko's talk from NGConf 2019. So I just want to kind of point that out there. Don't get me wrong. On the other hand of side of things, Angular might be on the metrics that I like, the things I talk about here, like when I talk about like where progress and innovation is happening, Angular might be one of the furthest behind generally, right? So yeah, I just want to talk about signals. It might be worth talking about like state management. I'm going to call it atomic state management in React. Atomic state management. There are similarities to signals. I feel like these are both suggesting the same kind of thing, right? So when I talk about this, I'm talking about Jotai and recoil. These are not the same. I have a whole stream on how these are not the same. And the funny thing is, this ties into rendering performance, because on the DOM side of things, just for clarity for anyone kind of following along here, rendering performance has like not changed in like 6-7 years. When Inferno like came in and was like, we're way faster than everything else, nothing has really changed very much from that. Solid added a couple things that improved performance from the raw standpoint. You have to understand with a benchmark like JS Framework benchmark, it's more about the DOM overhead than it is about like the cost you impose by how should I put it? The cost you impose by like you writing your end user code. Like optimal VDOM written code and optimal any system code is going to perform relatively similar as long as the engine underneath it is pretty fast. So it's not that, but there are places where you can still optimize, obviously. And we've covered this on stream a couple times, both in my last stream about reactivity and rendering. We also covered this when I showed how to use Preact signals to make a solid-like renderer, and show how like it significantly outperforms Preact or Preact with signals. So like, but there's efficiencies and inefficiencies everywhere. So I'm going to talk about this because I think, just to kind of put it out there, signals for rendering performance in VDOM is an interesting topic. Again, I'm highlighting this. I'm going to spend a ton of time on this today, but I'm going to use examples like Preact and Qwik are good examples where you can kind of like get very specific optimizations out of this, rather than like anyway. So I think the other place of this is no VDOM, and I think we're seeing stuff like Vue Vapor that is heading this way. Okay, so we're going to talk a bit about rendering performance in this thing. Async consistency. What am I talking about? This is not a new topic, but I think I don't know if there's been a ton of movement here, but I think suspense, transitions, concurrent mode are all parts, and most frameworks have some of the tools here, but not all of the tools here. So these are areas that people are working on. When you bring async into a framework, you have some very serious decisions to make. Yeah, but the funny thing is, this is not going to React's not going to let you forget about it. right? Yeah, I mean this is a very good point. The fastest VDOM libraries don't use signals. It's that simple, right? Because each has a trade-off where they're like more expensive. So and it's easier to remove stuff than add stuff, so to speak. So like essentially you can add something to improve one other area at the cost of somewhere else. Generally speaking, ultimately going one way or the other is actually going to be the best for performance. All right, server rendering performance. String rendering is a thing. This is like instead of using a VDOM, you can render to string. I'm going to mention obviously Solid, Svelte have been doing this for years, but Qwik and Preact added this past year. So it's a big one. Improves server rendering performance. And the other one I'm going to talk about here is I think we should mention is streaming, right? Streaming is the ability to control how your pages serve back. And we've been seeing a lot of frameworks add streaming support. Again, I've covered almost all of these topics in other streams, but I just want to kind of point out these are areas that people are working on, right? Solid added streaming in 2020, and then React added it in 2022, and we're seeing it. Qwik, Astro, a lot of solutions are adding streaming. Hydration performance, we probably want to mention. What should we mention here? Actually, you know what? There's more on the server rendering performance. I mentioned streaming, string rendering. We should talk about edge and caching, right? Hydration performance, obviously islands, server components, resumability, and funny enough, I think routing is actually a next frontier on this sort of stuff. What's going on, Excalibur? Can I not scroll? Yeah, okay. Sorry, this list is getting too long, isn't it? Okay, and then compilation. This is a tool. I don't think people should view. The only thing I really want to say about compilation is it's everywhere. It's a tool essentially. It lets us do some stuff ahead of time, but in itself is not like, it's not the paradigm. Everything that gets compiled runs something. So I might just leave it at that. And then tooling integration, another area of focus frameworks, a lot of stuff is like getting better TypeScript support. We've seen in the past couple of years, Vue and Svelte just get way better in this area. But this is including into like automated stuff. Like honestly, like stuff like what TRPC is doing right now for refactors, like when you change schemas and stuff, is insane. So people are working on this kind of type stuff. I've been seeing a lot of like auto generation type stuff based off Zod schemas for forms and all this kind of stuff. So I very, very quickly here went through a list of where I see from a JavaScript framework standpoint a lot where the work is happening, and I bucketed it into these kind of categories to help me at least be sane about this. Yeah, how we doing, chat? I've been just running my head off for a few minutes. Yeah, how are we doing? Sorry, it's just catching up with all that. Make sure that I didn't miss any subs, like Daydev subscribe with Prime. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't have mods, so I'm like the worst. Like people, What do you got? Code Monuments subscribed at tier 1. Thank you very much. You Trollig subscribed with Prime as well. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, if you have an Amazon Prime thing, you can choose one Twitch streamer and just give them $5 a month and it costs you nothing. Just use your Prime subscription. Amazon gives you that for free. If you just leave it sitting there, you're just losing the opportunity to give someone money. All right, cool. All right. What? Soggiest pizza? What are you guys talking? Okay, I don't know what this is what happens. I can't keep up a chat. People are talking about Google. This is Marko's feature list. Oh man. I have often said that Marko may be the most advanced JavaScript framework. As we all know, that might not necessarily be the most important thing, but yes. All right. So let's keep on going. How do you fix a soggy pizza? Seriously. Do you put it back in the oven? You got to worry about the outside kind of burning while you're trying to deal with the extra moisture? No? Okay. Don't forget to mod me. I don't even know how to mod someone in Twitch. Let me see. Where is AJC dev? Pin reply. Yeah, I don't know how to do anything in here. Sorry. Okay. I'm not going to get distracted by this right now. We'll just keep on going for now. Mod username. Thank you. See, this is such an easy interface, right? Sorry. Give me a second. Hopefully that worked. Oh, okay. Hey, we got subscriptions coming in. Thank you very much. Julian NG subscribed to tier 1. Thank you very much. Ubuntu Riki created, or sir, what else do we got here? I can't say that yet. Deal 458. Thank you with Prime as well. All right. Cool. There we go. And Le Spicy Baguette. I appreciate it. And all right, cool. All right, so the mod thing is solved. We're in a good place. Sorry, I am just a noob when it comes to this stuff. I don't know anything. This is part of me. It's funny. I did watch a lot of streaming Twitch over the years. Really enjoyed speedrunning. Not playing it, just watching it. And so that's how I got into Twitch, especially when my youngest was very young. You'd be up late at night in bright colors. Watching a lot of Super Mario Maker, a lot of Grand Pooh Bear. Okay, let's keep on going. Sorry. You guys are moving on. Come on, move it on. Okay, let's keep on going. Okay. Hot takes come later after I establish the knowledge base so that everyone can talk on the same language here. Of course, many people who follow the stream usually are yeah, I know all this stuff already. Ryan, you're just rambling like you always do. Okay. All right, so I think these are all interesting topics, and I think that not only this year, next year is going to be still about all of these topics, because we don't know the extent to which they will impact the JavaScript ecosystem, right? Last year is really easy to kind of point out a lot of the hydration work because it's finally here, but it's also if you read read this stuff, and I actually made a big deal about TanStack router. I think this is really awesome. I've seen TypeScript routers before, but they never felt like something I'd want to use. Where this is actually quite impressive. But my big overarching prediction for 2023 was around, not prediction, but areas that I thought in addition to 2022 that we wanted to kind of look at was complexity around server rendering and hydration. I think we're getting to a point where you're going to go like, look, we can do all the things, but it's really hard to determine like how much you want to have in mind when you have this authoring experience. And what I mean about that is like, I used all the experimental stuff this year. And when I say experimental, I mean, some of it's now beta and stuff, but I was working on the Marko team. So I was using Marko 6. I spent a lot of time in Qwik. Everyone who's followed the stream knows I built one of the first like Qwik routing demos. I built many apps, and over the year, Qwik's DX went like 200% improvement, right? I've worked with server components, was involved in making server components for Solid. The thing that, you know, and then I also got to play the Astro a number of times, and Remix and Svelte and literally all of them. And one thing that I noticed is like, there's a significant difference for the most part between stuff that's being built currently off the existing SPA Plus architectures, things like Remix, and Svelte and even Solid Start, where you can come in and you're like, this makes sense to me. I'm familiar with this. And the DX feels really good. It's like there's been this kind of jump up, you know, like Next showed the way, and now you're like, okay, all the pieces come together. We have mutation stories. We have like a full picture here. And we got to thank Remix for this largely, for pushing a lot of stuff along this direction. But I have to admit, it was going to happen this year anyways. Before I ever saw Remix, or Svelte saw Remix, we were building this story. It just so happened that Remix, because they had React Router and stuff, and because like Brian Florence has basically remade Remix probably like, I don't know how many times over the last 5 years for demos he's done in his talks. They basically were able to get there first. But essentially, on the MetaFramework side of things, the stuff on that side, it's very clear like how that DX story is improved and how it's easier now ever to get server-side rendering full backend. On the other side of things, when we start talking about React server components, solid islands or island routing and Qwik in general, and Marko 6 and stuff, you start getting into this zone where you're like, I have to know these new concepts. And you could argue you need to know that a bit with reactivity and solid, but I mean, like, I need to be very conscious of the server client divide and what it means and how it affects how I author things. And I made a remark here in this article that might seem a little bit, I don't know, some people might not take it the right way, right? Where I said something along the line, and I haven't mentioned Astro yet because Astro is interesting, but which I'll elaborate in a minute. But I said Astro and Remix's return to it's just PHP Rails for MPAs and single page apps respectively, right? Astro's on the MPA side, Remix on the single page app, has been largely really successful. And I said, even if both lack the important benefits of more sophisticated solutions. And some people are like, what do you mean? You're calling Remix not sophisticated? And I was like, no. You have to understand that these solutions are like the entry level from the tech complexity side of things. They're like, we're going to solve the most minimal part of that equation and show it to you. So in a sense, you could consider, you know, what Qwik or Marko is doing as a more sophisticated version of what Astro is doing, or you can consider React server components a more sophisticated version of what Remix is doing. And what I was saying is, once you get out of that side where things seem, you know, simpler, you're into a world of complexity where suddenly you're writing custom language server plugins to make sure you can like understand when you're dealing with server components, or, you know, and special linters and stuff, or needing to like be very conscious, like, oh yeah, this gets serialized or this doesn't get serialized. Like this can't be a let, it has to be a const because it can't change. this gets hoisted, you know, this is a type of thing that can't be, you know, like once you get into this zone, the complexity skyrockets. And that's why I've been like looking a lot here, because I think 2022 we showed what was possible, but we need to kind of like dial it back for a second and figure what's enjoyable. And you're going to see this throughout. I've been seeing a lot of this messaging going around to you. I didn't bookmark it. Maybe we'll get to it later. So, Manu, main dev behind Qwik these days, wrote a great tweet thread talking about what he wants to see in Qwik in 2023. And a large part of it is about DX wins. Got some questions in here in chat while I'm going off. The only person who's tried every framework that's on FSJam. Yeah, maybe. You guys cover a really wide range. I got to give you props there. FSJam and PodRocket, I've shown my love to both of those podcasts. And yes, FYI, I was on PodRocket last month talking about Solid Start, talking about islands and server components. It dropped today, so do check that out. Maybe I'll drop it in chat just because. Here we go. Let's just drop that in. This did happen. All right. Yeah. And sorry, when I was talking about tooling integration, there's just so much stuff here. Let's just keep on going. So what I was trying to say is that I think these technologies really are the future. Having used them, what they achieve is amazing. But I want to like have a sobering moment here for everyone who's chasing after, these kind of hydration type technologies. In that we've tried some of this stuff in the past. You got to go back far enough. But in the mid 2000s, everyone was really keen on server-side rendered technology because that's what it was. It was .NETs, the PHPs, the Rails. And we're like, they didn't want to write JavaScript. Now, our motivations for not writing backend code in Go or PHP and doing everything in JavaScript might be different. But there is some commonalities here, because part of it is like you don't want to have to deal with two different languages, right? And you might have been saying like for them it was a losing battle because JavaScript's the language of the browser, but they tried, and we ended up with monolithic messes of crap, update panels, view state. Anyone who like I literally was the most miserable time in web dev from my perspective. Single page apps like saved us from like this huge slough of complexity. Like it was so messy back then. Like trying to write your C# code and then knowing that like some of it would run on the client only, and then update and rerun parts of it on the server, and then being aware of those boundaries and keeping track of app state, view state, multiple different types of serialization patterns to communicate both ends of things. And it was kind of terrible. And when I started seeing the movement into this zone again, I was like, man, this is like not a happy place. And I think we've done a lot to alleviate that, but we can't forget this, because as ambitious as we are, it's not like the people who are working on those solutions are any less clever or any less, motivated. So, we do need to answer what's different this time. And I do want to ask that question. And I think that's going to be the critical question on the hydration side in 2023 is, do we believe that what could be shipped to the browser should be shipped to the browser? Eventually, quotes. Or should what can run on the server always run on the server. And it's funny because there's a lot of people talking about, oh, MPA single page app, that distinction's melting away. But it doesn't necessarily melt away in a single direction, is how I beat it. And I think there is still a fundamental question split that we have to ask ourselves here. Even as things stop being MPA or SPA, there are different ways things can stop being an MPA or SPA. Yeah, it depends is always the case. But I don't want to cop out with an it depends. I actually think for this side, there's kind of two perspectives, and I was gonna graph it, but it doesn't actually make any sense to graph it here. There's the idea that there's gonna be one solution that does all things, and the other one is that there's gonna be multiple solutions that you can choose between. And different technologies are aligning around that vision. Because, yeah, actually, let's talk about this. One solution, and I apologize to anyone who thought, like, we'll get to where we're going to get to, but we never get there the most direct route. I you know, when I'm talking about one solution versus multi-solution, these things have been given sort of like, while these aren't all the same technology, it's the same way that like back-end framework languages, like people working in PHP, can align with web components. It's those kind of alignments that I wanted to talk about here. So when I talk about multi-solutions, I'm going to bring up a term you might have not heard for a while, hashtag transitional apps. That's the champion, really, of the multi-solution approach. And the one solution approach, I don't know. It doesn't actually have a name, right? But what I'm getting at is there's one school of thought that's like, okay, some of my pages are multi-page app pages, you know, so let's see how we're going to write this. But like the idea is like some MPA, some SPA, you know, put them together. And this side is more of like server components. Right? There's basically like, trying to think of the best way to visualize this. Yeah, I saw what they did with the Svelte kit analogy. I'm only going to accept Rich's original kind of definition of it. Right? This side very much aligns with what will be client will be. No, what could be will be. And this side very much aligns with it's funny because this alignment probably is less obvious to people, but this side actually aligns much more with like on the server, stay server. Right? So like people picturing like another example of this is like starts partial becomes SPA. Like that fits on this side. Hybrid routing fits on this side. Yeah, the one in the talk is the only one that matters. Talking about transitional apps. I agree. Am I going to put frameworks in each solution? Well, that's the thing. The choice here isn't necessarily, it's a direction. Frameworks don't have to choose, like, maybe frameworks have to choose a side, but they don't have to choose a particular side because of the way they're architected, is what I'm trying to say here. Like, I just want to point out that, like, some are choosing sides right now, but yeah, exactly, right? But I mean, I can give you a hint. Stuff like Svelte and SvelteKit definitely was on the transitional app side of things, right? But like another example on this multi-solution side is, this is how we're recommending people use Astro right now, right? I don't want to put, the only reason I don't want to put frameworks here is because they might change, right? Because the multi-solution way is actually existing, right? Like, people can already do the multi-solution thing today. They just have to be like more conscious of it. Like, your next app doesn't give you the best MPA solution. So like, maybe what you actually want to do is like use something like Astro, which optimizes your marketing site and your MPA side of things, and then you maybe want to somehow do, like, in a mono repo or something, have a next app that does your app part of the side, or maybe you make a page in Astro that has a React app on it or whatever. My point is, like, the multi-solution approach exists today. The one solution thing is where all the really ambitious work is happening right now. I want to know what side has the framework that's most suited for that side. You start in one direction to fail one. Well, I can make a couple comments on that to you, AJ. On the multi-solution side, if we're ignoring like the current state of things, where MPAs are not optimized, generally speaking, there's going to be two thoughts here. There's going to be islands, like Astro, right? And then there's going to be things like Qwik, because Qwik can literally go from like optimal MPA style to SPA within one app, with one thing. But you could argue that Qwik's ability to do that is sort of also one solution, right? Like, but it's different than the on server, stay on the server hybrid routing side. The funny thing is, if you look at Qwik, they almost never do this. They never start partial and become SPA. All Qwik apps are MPAs today, pretty much. So like, they could fit on the one solution side as well. So right now they're kind of going either way. Another interesting one, though, is like on the one solution side, clearly React server components and Solid are basically the only ones over here, right? Like on the one solution side right now, like, so like, React is betting hard over here. Solid is like, I'm like if this was like a spectrum line of who's going across here, right? Like, we start from here to here, and we're like, sorry, and we're like, where do you fit on the spectrum I'm betting on this side? I feel like React's over here, and historically, Svelte has been over here, and historically, Remix has been over here too. Okay, I don't know if they're going to change. I saw a tweet where it suggested that Rich Harris wants to add server components, but historically, it's been a bit like this, right? And what's interesting is like you got Qwik is like right here, and solid is like right here. That's how, I'm sure Vue and others have their opinions, but I feel like Vue is like right here. They're like maybe we're not with those guys, but we're here. But this is the challenge with this line is you're asking what about Marko, Fresh, and Hydrogen. Any of the partial hydration solutions aren't. Yeah. The thing is, any of the partial hydration solutions, classically might have been really hard on this side because they're like, look, an MPA is an MPA. The only reason that I know for a fact that like because you could argue that we should put Astro, Fresh, Marko all over here somewhere. They're not betting as hard as some of these guys because they're like these guys also are not very optimal as an MPA. So like they're kind of like, yeah, they're somewhere over here. But if you talk to the developers behind them, they are very interested in the potential of the one solution because server components and islands have a lot in common. So this is more about historical positioning of where the frameworks have made messaging about this, but it's not about. This is why I have a hard time putting them in because it's just as easy to see these guys jump right over here if it looks proper. Qwik right now can go either way and might try and do both. Solid definitely is leaning more on this side because of the work we've done, but there's obviously interest in this zone. So I don't know if this is the best line graph, but I just want to put it there. Hybrid routing is when you like server components, like when you route and you render stuff on the server and you keep the client side refreshing. Because that whole routing mechanism is based on this idea that, hey, this stuff is server only. It stays on the server. It's the idea that you like server render the next parts in the next page rather than client render them on navigation. Okay, so we're going to move on from this point here. But how is that different than a Node app? Because the most apps like MPAs, every time you go to a new page, you re-render the page on the server. The whole browser goes away, it comes back. Like you reload the page, you lose any client-side state. It's gone. So there's been two camps, right? There's the MPA side where everything just goes away on navigation, full server render, or there's this single page app where everything's client rendered navigating. The hybrid approach is saying like, actually the server is going to render like the next page or part of the next page, but we're not going to lose the client state. That's very much on the one solution side of things because the belief there is if you can do that, you don't need MPAs anymore because you can do all the server only stuff and you can get the benefits of client side. It's like trying to get both. Instead of saying like, this part of my app's an MPA, this part's a single page app, it's like saying like, literally, we can do both. It's a better spot, but it has a different philosophy that I was coming to, which is like, what should be on the server stays on the server. Resumability in itself does not. It's just a hydration technique or not hydration technique. The way that Qwik does its partial loading is an interesting question because left alone, it might suggest what can be in the client should be in the client. Qwik sort of sidesteps this a little bit. That's why I have a hard time positioning it. But there is a choice there because if left to its own devices, it is much more aligned with current single page app thinking than it is with like the server component type thinking. Yes. And we talked about this a lot on streams previously, so maybe that's why I skipped over it. Well, the thing is, okay, we can talk about Qwik a bit here if you guys are interested. Qwik City lets you choose whether you want to do client routing or server routing. It's like the multi-solution transitional app thing. Like that's why I put Qwik more on this side, even though they could choose differently. When you build a Qwik app, you either use a lowercase anchor and it does an MPA, or use an uppercase anchor and then it loads the next page as you need it. It transitions between the two as you choose. But it is not the same as saying like server is server, client is client. They're kind of... That's why I put it more on this, because you as the developer choose what pages are MPA and which pages are not. Right. Someone's talking about Astro. Astro is also typically over the side, because as you said, Astro lets you build a server render pages, spa for admin, and type save. Yeah, exactly. But the idea is you'll have some MPA pages, and then you'll put a spa on a page. It's a multi-solution. Whereas like what React server components are trying to do is literally go like everything is in this paradigm. It just works. There's not like all your anchor tags are the same. They all do the same thing. Like there's the way. Yeah, I might not be making this clear enough. Anyway, okay. We probably should move on and talk about... I don't know if there's any other questions about the specific technology overview here before we talk about the specific frameworks. But you're right. I did need to clarify a bit on this. Actually, you know what? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Because I talked a lot about this piece, the other piece on the technology. There's two other pieces on the technology that we should talk about before we talk about the frameworks. And it says, I think part of the confusion is some of these projects to be able to do multiple things while some want to do one thing. So you got different projects taking multiple strategies. Yes. Yes. And I think that with Qwik in particular, I think that's the trickiest one, because even though it's not released, they will have a version of hybrid routing. So like when that happens, it becomes a little bit more interesting. But on the same hand, anything that does the one solution version can become the multi-solutions thing. You can just put a lowercase anchor tag in, and now you're an MPA. And you're optimized if you're using something like server components, because you only need to send the JavaScript for the island. So like maybe this maybe this framing is bad, but I've been trying to figure out how to split this apart. So can we a tan stack MetaFramework? Not if Tanner can help it. He already does enough. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sure someone is creating it. Yeah. Well, okay. So the thing is with server components is the retriggering of the server components needs some kind of boundary, or it's the whole app. And while the islands are more granular, like the actual like client components inside, than the routing still, like, the first server components demos were full page. So we like essentially it was an effort or a design decision to figure out how to split up that full page. The server component mechanism itself actually starts almost like an MPA. Like, it's a mentality that's like a full page reload. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I understand what you were saying. It was just funny because, like, in server components, it's the not server components that are, yeah. That naming bugs me. Okay, let's keep on going. I mean, it seems like there's still a lot of questions about server components. I've tried to do streams on it. No one, they're not my most popular streams. Maybe I'll do another server component stream soon. Yeah, as I said, this might be a DX thing. They shouldn't be. Having used, like, the end result, it's very good, nice. It is like, it is best of both. It feels best of both worlds, but the authoring experience is definitely not right now. But yeah, this is again why I don't like server components. It's the client components you're talking about, not the server components. Right. And the question is, can they be more granular? And this is why I talk about these things in terms of routing, okay? Because the server component part is the not interesting part. It's like, yeah, this renders on the server. Done. The interesting part is like the islands. And if you're asking if the islands inside the server components can be more granular than component boundaries, yes. The hydration strategy you choose inside of the hybrid routed sections is up to you. We can decouple these things. React did not, but we can conceptually, as we design these solutions, decouple the server re-rendering components from the hydration strategy. This is why people have been doing some fun experiments where they like kind of like jump in on React server components and then like stick their own framework in. I don't know if you've seen this, anyone's seen this, but like where I think Qwik guys were playing with this, where they like took a Next app that was like server components and then we're like, hey, let's see if we can just like bootstrap Qwik into the little islands there. I think they were playing around with it. The thing is they're not going to spend a bunch of time there because Qwik's solution to the server component problem, other than the routing part, which they're working on, is more sophisticated, as I was using as a term before. Like it's more granular, it's more consideration. But this is why it's important to separate the routing from the hydration strategy. Can server components only be possible compilation? No, it depends when you talk about compilation. The mechanism for this whole server component thing it's bundling, really. It's about recognizing how to split the bundle up to ship the right pieces to the client. So bundlers are a big part of it. This is why Marko built their own bundler years ago, and they managed the bundling. Qwik's all about their bundling. Server components now are like, look, we actually care about how bundling works, right? So it's a bundling problem rather than a compilation problem is the best way to put it. It's like mechanically you're just rendering your templates to HTML on the server and on the client being selective of where you set the hydration boundaries, or in case of resumability, not hydration boundaries. It's possible, Nate. It is very, very, very possible. And this is why I'm not like rushing out the door to release the solid version. But that's why this year is going to be about DX. Right? That's what this is about. The problem is, from a server component perspective with like React and stuff, is like their decisions are actually really good decisions. They made smart decisions for the most part. I mean, we can talk about patching global fetch. That's a whole other thing. But the design, the consistency, even the way context works and everything actually makes sense the way it has to work mechanically. But that's sometimes not enough. It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It matters if you, as a developer using it, can like differentiate and don't trip over yourself all the time. So I think that's why this is kind of interesting. Yep, deployment's a big part of it. This is why, you know, Vercel's got a bit of a leg up when it comes to Next and them kind of making that whole thing. But we're generalizing this these days, you know, and a lot of different deployment partners. Right. Well, it's an interesting thing. So you know what? Let's move our Excalidraw a little bit around, and I'm gonna check on Twitch chat because I've been neglecting you all a little bit. Apparently there was a hype train, which means that probably some stuff came in. I don't know. So I'm so sorry, Twitch chat. Anyways, I am like so far behind. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Choo choo. Okay, doesn't matter. We missed the hype train. The real question is, yes, not everybody's uses UX, but the thing is, this is why this is such a hard push for people, because like for some users in some categories, the UX win is huge. Like e-commerce, it's like night and day. But the thing is, because they care about that. If you're trying to use Next to build your blog site, like who cares? Although I admit, if you go this way, it should feel snappier and whatnot. But the problem is the challenge with the server components. If you guys really, everyone really seems to be on server components in the chat today, is this. And it's a matter of ratios, right? How people make the scale. They're like, how static is your site? How much content is interactive and dynamic, right? And the thing is, you will see the greatest savings with server components the more static your page is, right? Because the less client interaction needed, you're going to see the biggest benefits there. But if that's the case, how much JavaScript are you actually sending, right? Because like, I feel like I almost want to do this with squares or something. Like you could picture this, right? Like I'm going to transparent, but if you've got like a box, and let's say this is your app, I'm going to start with a small box, and then you're like, let's do this, and no, actually transparent for this, and let's draw a new box, okay? And then we're like, this part of the box is static, and this part of the box is like interactive, okay? So your app is like 70% static and then like 30% interactive, okay? Right? If your app is small, like let's draw some stuff for people here. Interactive. I almost want to make a legend here, but I never publish these images anyway, so who cares? But like interactive, static, okay? Now, if your site is really, 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 how do I want to do this? I want to stretch this out a little bit more. Not that. I want to stretch this. I'm going to add a little bit more. In addition to being interactive code, like your component code you write, we're going to add another box which is given a different color like a green. The framework, okay? Libraries, whatever you import, okay? How do I define interactivity? Like requires JavaScript in the browser. Like you click a button and it does something. Like add to cart or something, right? Like anything that like not like an anchor tag navigation, but like where you actually like need to actually have JavaScript running on in the browser, right? And what I'm trying to get at is if this is your box, right? And classically, if I took the same kind of thing, this is like a server component or islands kind of look of it. But if classically, if I had a single page app, so this is, yeah, this is like islands or server components. If I took a single page app, like Remix or something, okay, just use them as an example. What's going to happen is this part, that is the static part, is now that. Okay? Like you're shipping this is all the JavaScript you're shipping. You're shipping the pink and the green are the only things that ship. The blue stuff doesn't need to ship. So when you're in a spa, you're actually shipping like the whole thing essentially, where for the islands, you're only like shipping this much. But the challenge here is like, if you have a very, very small site, this is very, very, very small, right? And as you scale it, let's take this. So here's a small one. Scale it. Move this down a bit. I hope people kind of get what I'm getting at here. But as you scale it, I scaled it so that this section now is basically, the thing is, if you scale this should actually remain relatively the same size, right? Because the framework size is constant. So I'm going to do like that. And this, let's like split the difference here, okay? The bigger you scale this thing, the framework size stops mattering as much, but you could see that the total amount of savings compared to this is considerable, because if I took the same thing here and did the same exercise, right? If we did this, sorry, too big. This actually, okay. Where the challenge comes in is if you're comparing a solution that looks like if you're building a simple blog site or something, you know, like if you're building like a simple blog site or something, what ends up happening is you look at your small JavaScript bundle and you're really happy with it, with yourself, and you kind of like, okay, this is good. And you know, I mean, this could scale pretty indefinitely, because like even when it gets to here, you're still smaller than here, right? Like you're generally fine. The challenge is when you're small, like I don't know how to draw this, but like what if this ratio, actually maybe I'll start with something bigger. Okay. maybe this will make it easier for me to draw. What if instead of being a small framework now, it's Next.js? Okay? Like Next 13. And it looks a little bit more like this. Okay? So yeah, this isn't quite fair because we want these to be the same site. So we actually need to build this up. I'm trying to think of the best way to show this. But like, because this isn't even right. It's like considerably more framework. The problem is every page has code splitting, basically. So when we're talking about this, there's these sort of upper and lower bound considerations. And what I'm trying to express here is that if Next at this scale, this is still a very nice, like you could picture if this was all purple, this is still a very nice savings. But when you try and take this and shrink it down to this, sorry, wrong one, delete. And take this and you try and shrink it down to this, you end up with this, right? And what I'm trying to say is the difference between this and this, sorry, I deleted the wrong one. Is the difference between this and this is very little. You essentially have to scale up to a level where you overcome the framework cost for this to actually be worth it. Especially because the thing I didn't highlight is the green part gets a tiny bit bigger with this compared to the other one. Right? So like it's actually more like this. This was the challenge of the React Server component release. When they released it, people were like, I don't get it. My next app is bigger now. Or like the same size. Right? It's like I wanted to highlight this because the total size roof here is often defined by the size of it's not your whole app, it's any given page along code splitting routes. So like there isn't only like, it's easy to see how this scales really nicely because as this gets bigger, the green stays constant and the blue and pink ratio might stay the same. And if they do, then you're just making those like clear percentage wins over doing this. However, what I'm saying is there is a bit of a ceiling here for a lot of sites, because they never get that interactive, and which means their size never gets that big. You're right. I have to go back to the beginning. Interactive, framework, static. Okay. Sorry, I tend to tangent. I hope everyone's still here. Everyone's still alive? We're okay here? This is my problem for listening to chat too much. Okay. We were going to talk about JavaScript Frameworks today, weren't we? How are we doing? Okay. You know what? It sucks. Because Excalibur does have 3. They have 3. So let's do this. Interactive framework, when we're going to make it solid. Sorry. Excalibur has three fill styles. This is something that I've had to learn in terms of colorblind. Is that we can use different fill styles here. So we're going to do static as the crosshatch. All right. As long as it just means that for diagrams with fills, you can only use 3 colors. I'm sorry, I should have done that earlier. I apologize. Yeah. All right, so this was just a server component SPA versus island comparison when the framework size is different, and how that impacts things. Because the thing is, most MPA frameworks, the framework is really small, like Astro or Fresh or whatever. Framework's really small. So, and even, but the thing is, server components so far, there's only 2 that kind of do it, which is experimental solid and Reacts. And Reacts are actually, you're still in for the parcel. So it's like, it's much harder to find that sweet spot range, because you can picture like for really large, where you like really interactive things, but it can't be really interactive because otherwise you end up with a spot. It has to be really large, really complex pieces of interactivity with also a lot of static content, like just really big things. Oh man, that's like my least favorite thing in the world. Unless you guys are talking about like graceful degradation. All right. So, okay. Let's get somewhere else again. Okay. So, how should we talk about frameworks today? Because I think there's a lot of frameworks here. In fact, there are so many that if I listed them, we're not gonna get anywhere. But I do have a list personally, and we can just talk about where they're at. So maybe we should just write them down so that we can talk about them. We're going to start with React because, of course, we're going to start with React. And by talking about React, we're going to talk about Next. We're going to talk about Remix, and we're going to talk about remix slash hydrogen, okay? Because the React may be one library slash framework, but when we talk about React, we're actually talking about 4. So I don't know if there's anything else relevant as a framework on the React side. Right, you're right. Redwood. Yes. Sorry, I moved this. Now I gotta move this. All right. Yes. I'm sorry I did not mention Redwood. I should mention Redwood. I should also mention, even though it's not a full framework, in a sense, it's built on top of Structure, Create, Tree, App, and Blitz. Right. So I was typing that before you typed it. I'm saying, don't forget the. All right. So let's start with the React ecosystem and talk about a bit what's going on. We've been talking about React probably this whole time. So as I said, this Excalibur now is more we should mention Rackus as well. I mean, there's a lot. Did I say at the beginning I wouldn't talk about every framework? Yeah, I did say that. It's fine. I'm not talking about every framework. No, Preact gets its own category. Okay, so let's talk React for a moment. Big thing on React, which as we all know, is server components. Okay, and next is, the funny thing is, when we talk about React now, we literally are talking about Next.js. We might be talking a bit about Remix or Hydrogen. This is why I wasn't talking about Redwood as much, but I'm going to give Redwood, Create T3 App, and Blitz a bit of a nod here, because they've kind of, they're worth a mention because they've made great strides in changing, like being able to show people what best practices look like and giving the complete package, which I think it makes it very compelling. The thing you have to remember with the opinionated frameworks is they're usually lagging behind the ones that are less opinionated, all the way lagging behind React. So it's kind of like a trickle-down effect. Yes, it makes a ton of sense why. Again, Gatsby. I don't know. Let's. Maybe I should have just not listed these guys because they're outside of what I'm really wanted to talk about. Because while this is probably very useful for people trying to make solve a particular thing that they want for their business need, I want to talk about these 4 primarily. So let's talk about 2022. We saw React 18 come out in March. We saw Next 13 come out in October. And then we saw the Remix Hydrogen Shopify merge-ish thing happen in November. Now, to be clear, to me, those are the 3 big milestones, but it's we haven't fully realized the impact of what these mean. I'm just getting started, man. I streamed for like 4 hours. I haven't even got to Angular or whatever. I'm just starting, So yeah. Let's talk a bit about what's going on in React land. So big thing here, and the topic for React for 2023 is going to be undoubtedly server components. What does this mean for you as someone interested in React Dev? We're going to be talking about things like use and async components a lot more. We are also going to be talking about caching, because caching is very important for server components. And the reason for that is This is sort of the challenge. I watched a great talk from Tom. I was actually in person. Tom Ochino was talking about his work with the React team, and what he said is when they introduced server components, the performance wasn't good enough. Like at Facebook, like they like it went through several iterations, and it wasn't quite there yet. And I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that server components kind of like do like a full page reload mechanically, and this is how nested routing came in, because it allows us to do much more granular updates and optimization and parallelization to kind of get us to that next level. Unfortunately, one of the challenges here is if you get to that level, everything gets parallelized and split up. And suddenly, if you're rendering, like, I'm hope by now most people are familiar with nested routing, like this 1, 2, 3. Picture you go from sales to accounts and you load actually 2 sections, right? Or let's say we're on dashboard and we went to sales. We're loading both the sales panel and we're loading 3 sections in this case. If we're like looking at how we parallelize this data fetching and stuff, you start getting into like weird, or like only replace this part when you navigate, like change something here and it only replaces this part. We're looking at new kind of constraints, right? And caching becomes the key here, because like if you're fetching, like I'm assuming that both this and this needs that sales record data, about Stan Konia. You don't want to fetch it twice. So this is why Next like patched global fetch, right? Because they're like they're just doing like almost like a tan stack query kind of thing, where you're just like shared key, except they're doing it by the fetch. But like, if I'm doing it in multiple places, I don't want to fetch multiple times. It goes further than this, and the reason I want everyone to be aware of caching here is because, and I showed this on a previous stream before, but essentially, if you route to a new route section, so I'm gonna draw transparent background. Okay, let's pretend this is our web page. Okay, right. And then let's pretend I'm just going to redraw that remix example, essentially. Okay, 3 boxes. But inside these boxes, we have some client components that update, that have interactivity. So let's just like draw a couple in here. Okay, what I wanted to point out is these maintain state even if like parts of this page refresh. Like if this section replaces itself, these parts retain state. So what ends up happening is the outside here, so to speak, and let's do that with one of these. This gets server rendered again, but then this is handled completely on the client. And it means that you have to serialize the props coming into here, but you're re-rendering all this stuff. What we're going to see is what's cool about, on one hand, sorry, just to kind of show an example, and I've showed this before, is in some cases, if this blue section took up the whole red section, all you would need to send is JSON. Basically, server components devolve into a SPA with JSON APIs, depending on the size of the client-side islands, right? So once you recognize that, it's not just about server components. You're going to start talking about, can I cache sections of the view? Almost like the way you cache responses. So I expect caching to go into a very interesting place over the next 12 months. And this is something I'd have my eye out on in terms of frameworks looking at solutions in this zone. Again, this is very React heavy right now, but I think this is important. Does Solid start support sharing state across multiple routes? Yeah, of course. You just have it higher up in the tree. Context. Yes, exactly. So this is mind warping. I just wanted to kind of point out this here. So this is a conversation here. And this is like where Next is at. They're very much like going, this is where I am, right? So let's give this diagram a thing, you know. But when you talk about Remix and Hydrogen had server components. They just had V1, where this red section, I call it V1, but the difference with Hydrogen is this red section was like this. And they were like, they saw performance wins. It was really cool, but they had a really hard time with developer experience. And it still wasn't very good, right? So I think they struggled a lot with Hydrogen because of they weren't as on the same page of the React team was with Next. Remix basically was like, yeah, we're not interested in this stuff until it's actually production ready. They have nested routing, but the thing you have to remember with Remix is everything is after that initial render, everything is client side. I don't want to go too harsh on this line here, and maybe that's, for some people who consider this my hot take, Remix and Next.js before app directory are basically the same thing. Remix has features that care about data mutation, but you can also add features that care about data mutation to Next. It's if someone, there's a philosophical piece, but if someone so chose to do so, they could whip that up in a couple days. Yeah. So I just want to kind of point out here that I think this mixture is interesting because I think Hydrogen sees the value of server components even without the DX. They need Remix's story. They'll put them together and probably come up with something that is server components based and uses Remix's data loading patterns. And that's where I expect them, because here's the thing. Remix patterns and server components are like this. Even though Remix likes to kind of generally, how should I term it, be pragmatic about new technologies, and generally speaking, the alignment, I was talking about the difference between sophisticated and not sophisticated, but they are very much in alignment. So yes, I think server components are going to be the big topic of 2023. The thing is, okay, do you know where the subtle challenge is here? Do you know where the subtle challenge is here? And this is the challenge I've had with Remix. I've had this challenge previously with some of Tanner's libraries. Don't get me wrong, I love Tanner's libraries. But when I was looking at React Query and they had turn on suspense checkmark, and it's not their fault. It's because the React ecosystem, React itself wasn't ready. Is once React is building these internal tools into React that when you leverage them will be more performant and save on code size. And they built half this, a quarter of the stuff that Remix uses, or maybe half the stuff they use for their data loading stuff, React has built internally. Transitions, loading states, all the mechanisms that they need to do it. But because of that, as someone mentioned, them not working close enough together, and React being solely focused on server components for implementing these kind of features, Remix kind of split off and had to build everything themselves. When they go back together, there might be some friction here because the colliding worlds of who's responsible. Does Remix just give up what they've been building to actually use React the way? There's a real risk here too, because if they don't, are we forking React essentially, right? To be fair, I think I get Remix here. Most of the key benefits things. Yeah, I disagree with this one. I and maybe this is just from an execution JavaScript mechanical side. Of the spectrum of which Remix from a DX side has established the patterns and has shown, and it's funny, they didn't, they're literally taking it's the way the web works, forms submit, but they've added that next level with the JavaScript. So good on them on that. But the thing is, as for execution, cost, all that stuff, this optimization is like the 15% optimization, right? Like maybe this should go over here somewhere, but like when I look at that scale of like JavaScript optimization, let's draw another line here, you know, and I talk about stuff and I put stuff here. It's like spa today, loader action. So let's put a little tick here. It looks a little bit. It's kind of like this. Islands / server components. I can delete this stupid blob. Yeah. Okay. Resumability. It looks like this. Like if you pretend like this is like an arrow shooting, going this way, you know, like this, you know. So like this is definitely an improvement. And when this was your whole scale of view, like let's get rid of this. Like when you're sitting there in React land and you're like, what could the world be like for a spa? This is like, I can't even count. Like, sorry, when I say spa, sorry, let's extend this out. I'm some people are like, huh, it's spicy, or like, I'm gonna expand this out even further. I meant SSR spa here. So I'm gonna put that down here, and then I'm gonna do like this. It's kind of like this. So, and then maybe I'll move this a little bit back. Okay. It's kind of like this. Okay. Yeah. The hydrated spa is my SSR spa. Okay. Like this isn't exact science. This is my feeling of scale here. Right? Here's the thing. The fact that it's SSG or not doesn't matter. Like, SSG just means that you rendered the page sooner, but it doesn't actually change how the page operates. What I'm trying to get at is, like, when we're talking about, like, I don't know, what do you want to call this? It's not even amount of JavaScript, because this approach can approach this approach on amount of JavaScript. It's like JavaScript overhead, because it includes execution, size, and everything. It's like the world made a, like, this is, people were critical. Like, I was really critical of this stuff a few years ago, I have to admit. People were like, you know, I was like, the problem of the world right now is people think that, like, Next.js in terms of SSR is like a 8 out of 10, you know, of like where we can go. And I'm like, no, it's like a 2 out of 10. Like, and everyone will have their own scale on this. Is this a level of difficulty graph? It might be. It might be, but it doesn't have to be. I actually think that the loader action pattern actually makes certain things easier than the typical SSR spa. So it isn't. I just want to kind of like just talk about from like a JavaScript overhead, like hydration, execution side of things. Going from spa to single page SSR spa was a nice thing. It didn't really affect JavaScript overhead. It got us first paint, but it might have been like, okay, I can do some stuff better with an API here and stuff. So like it did a little bit. Going to this loader action pattern and enforcing it the way Remix does actually, like, for where it helps, it actually lets you remove like maybe like 10-15% of that overhead, right? But going from that to islands and server components is like this like massive savings now on that. And then going to resumability from there is about the same distance from like SSR SPA to loader actions. But like that is like, at least in my opinion, how where this kind of fits in, right? Because obviously there's some movement. You can be like really efficient on this and get like a few more points. We're seeing right now this approach this, but like I just want to kind of put it out there that like from my view of the spectrum, at least, like this stuff is like, it's very good, but once you look wider, it's kind of like, yeah. Oh, sorry, I have the chart wrong. It's the other way around. As you go this way, this is more. This is less. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I was trying to, yeah, the arrow doesn't help. Sorry. All right. Is this a little clearer? But it's a choice to make because of how much this matters to you. I'd like the comment about complexity, because like maybe the sweet spot that we can achieve right now is like over here somewhere. Like maybe we can get here and not all the way here. This is already a big enough of a win that like it's not the best solutions technically that win. It's the ones that like from like a technical standpoint, it's the ones that combine all the elements, that actually like let you do what you're trying to accomplish. It's not just about being the best, and sometimes, similar to like the cost of, I know this because I'm Canadian, and other people might know it too, but like there's a certain cost to, overhead for where you get your oil from, like when you're drilling oil, and like, infamously, like in Alberta or whatever, we had the tar sands, and like at certain times when the oil prices are low and there's abundance of oil, it's like not worth digging there because it's too expensive. Like you're not making enough for the amount of effort on the cost of barrel, so to speak. And what I'm getting at is like the tooling timing might not be right for resumability yet. Like maybe the sweet spot is here, something. I think we are definitely seeing that we are moving past this though. This is definitely where, like, maybe like the last few years has been like conceptually moving past this. Like remixes, it kind of came here right at the end of this kind of phase, and a lot of people are already kind of like, a lot of frameworks and thinkings were already migrating here, right? But yes, there's diminishing returns potentially over here. We have to be careful. So this is not a thing, but I want to talk about that. So just kind of go back here now. This is essentially where React's at. I'm going to sneak one more in here. We can't forget about, or sorry, we can't forget about React Forget. This is React's compiler. I said compilation won't come into the conversation too much because confirmation doesn't change what it does. People are like getting optimistic and they think like the compiler will improve performance. I'd be surprised if it did more than like a 10% in client thing, but it is a DX win that they're looking for. I think it makes it. I think I have a lot of thoughts on React Forget, but I think that it will be interesting to see how it develops, because there is a whole team working on it at Facebook. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so they released something in June about it. No. Let's talk about Vue next, because React Forget is just like a Svelte-like compiler, okay? And Svelte-like. What I mean by that is, if you ever seen Svelte, it basically compiles stuff into like more JavaScript-like. It takes more JavaScript-like code and compiles into a bunch of like, breaks it up, and then like basically lets you check. It dirty checks at each point, like, should I go this way or that way? But like the case is, it's still a component rerunning, and in the case of React, it's still going to be a VDOM generated. Vue actually does a lot of optimizations like this too on their templating side, not so much on their logic side, but in their JSX. So I think that it's that kind of thing. Like, okay, 10% might be an exaggeration, but I would be very surprised if React got similar to Preact and client-side benchmarks through this. I think that's about the upper range of what I'd expect on performance gains through this. This is much more about writing code sane, but it doesn't come without trade-offs, and I'm looking forward to seeing what those trade-offs are, because the problem is, or the challenge, depending on how you look at it, is if you start writing React code and the mental models things rerun and re-render, and those things don't rerun because they auto-memoize, it's a lot harder to reason about what actually changes. And right now, React has dependency arrays for that, but if you start compiling with the dependency arrays on that, you actually have to start talking about it like it's reactive. And I think that's a very weird mental hurdle for people to get through. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out for them. Because we went through this with Marko, because Marko 5 was a VDOM, Marko 6 is fine-grained. And we instantly realized that while we could talk about it like a top-down system, and in a lot of ways it could be kind of like a top-down system, it didn't make sense explaining this to people using the system for development. Okay, let's move on, because we got a lot to cover today. Sorry. Now that I'm talking about another framework, people probably are like, "Oh, done with React." Okay, so let's talk Vue. Big things for Vue this year was, I mean, the thing is, Vue's been kind of like on this trajectory for a little while. I'm going to put some dates out here just so I remember. But first, talking about Vue, we're talking about Nuxt. There are other Vue frameworks, just like there's other things like DocuSor and stuff in React I didn't talk about. But we're going to talk about Vue and Nuxt here primarily. And the thing with Vue is 2020, Vue 3 composition API, 2021, script setup, ref sugar, and that. And we can see if we can find this. Evan Yu actually wrote an article, and I should have looked at this before stream. What was it? End of year 2022. Someone. No. Here we go. He's going to tell you better than I can, but this echoes a lot of stuff we talked about here, right? Because what does he talk about right here? First of all, this year was when Vue 3 became prime time, right? They switched everything over efficiently. But look, first thing they get to is Volar and the TypeScript and tool integration. For Vue, more so than others, Vue and Svelte are very much, we going back to our table of here, on this like lower side here of the tooling integration. This is a place that they innovate. They aren't always the first people to like this side of things, like all the interesting technologies. But when it comes to like the refinement around compilation and tooling integration, no one else touches them. Okay. So yeah, Volar is getting, and my understand is Volar 1.0 is like, what's Volar? They had something else that was similar that did TypeScript, but this is like now the blessed version of it, and it's a lot better than what came before it. So my understanding is Vue's TypeScript like leveled up immensely this year. Yeah, but talking about Nux3 and Vuetify, that's their, if I understand, that's their material design component library. Okay. So, okay. For next year, they only brought up 2 things. You know what the 2 things they brought up were? The fact that they're going to have less releases. I think they're trying to show people that it's going to be stable this year. The biggest thing is that they want to pull the new transform, the ref sugar transform or script setup stuff, and suspense out of experimental. But for them, this is a DX year of stabilization. The other thing, though, they mentioned is vapor mode, and we should talk about vapor when talking about Vue. So let's add that to this. So I remember, vapor. For those who don't know, Vue Vapor is a new experimental compiler that you enter Vue code and you get solid code out. No, not exactly, but very close to that. They said it was inspired by Solid.js, but the idea here is that you can take Vue's SFC format, their single file component format, and it compiles out in such a way that they don't need a VDOM anymore, and it does fine-grained activities using their reactivity, because Vue and Solid's reactivity are very, very, very similar. We could go into detail on a different stream about like differences and trade-offs in terms of the reactivity propagation, but for someone generally coming in here, you can assume that the reactive models are very, very, very similar. What's different is Vue then kind of goes back to component models. So even though they have lots of optimizations in how to cache and store VDOM nodes and shortcuts certain execution paths, generally speaking, they're still like signal updates, this component listens to it, retrigger. And Vue Vapor is intended for use cases where performance is primary concern, is opt-in and does not affect existing code bases. Good. At least you will be able to embed a Vapor component subtree into any Vue 3 app. See, what they're suggesting here is that you use Vapor at the leaves, because and what I'm getting at here is they're saying we hope to achieve granular opt-in at component level, which means freely mixing Vapor and non-Vapor components in the same app. I believe they can do that, honestly. And the reason I believe they can do that is I was doing this with React today, which we might talk about later. But you have to understand that Vapor's execution model is completely incompatible with Vue's execution model today. It's the reason why Solid doesn't have React compat, or, is the same way that Vue Vapor and Vue are not compatible. They can interface with each other, but Vue Vapor is basically like, it's basically like Solid essentially. So like, it's just not compatible with these VDOM execution things. Building an app with only Vapor components allows you to drop the virtual DOM runtime completely, significantly reducing bundle size and baseline. In order to achieve the best performance, Vapor mode will only support a subset of Vue features. So they're basically dropping off all the classic Vue features and saying you have to use Composition API. So essentially, this is cool, and the fact that they're mentioning this means that they're taking this more serious. I wasn't sure if they were going to, because here, you know what? If there's a time to do this, it's now, because look what's happening in the React ecosystem. It's like server components are like kind of like we didn't talk about this that much, but it's this paradigm shift in the way data fetching, and if things do go the way to server components the way that I suggested, then like it displaces stuff like React Query a little bit. Don't worry, there's still places for it and there's client-side stuff, but like the like I'm just building an app story and the basic libraries you need and stuff, it actually changes. It's actually very ecosystem resetting and shifting. Vue Vapor is like that as well. It is like, yeah, like they're talking like right now, they might solve this, right, where you can bring in other Vue components. But what they're telling you is if you switch to Vapor, you can make some stuff lower in your tree, but then under Vue Vapor in those components, you can't use like Vuetify or whatever. Like you can't, like you don't get access to your same ecosystem. So they're probably going to work and figure out how to kind of make that kind of work together. But my point is like this is a big step towards like kind of starting over with another like an older framework, Vue today, kind of as a way of like bootstrapping it in, you know. That's a key thing for a good migration, is figuring out how to like bootstrap it in. But like it's an interesting place to be, me personally, obviously, because then it's like if you're resetting your framework anyways, maybe it's a good time to look at other options. But I think it's good that Vue does it at the same time, because if Vue doesn't do it this kind of shift at the same time as React, they're going to risk it when other solutions are more stable. Right now, if everyone's in turmoil, you know, it's time to go out there and shake things up. Yeah, the puns will keep on coming. No, Vue Vapor, as far as I know, is just experimental mode. But if it succeeds, then like I think you will see a shift over time. Yeah, Vue people find Solid interesting, including myself, so Vapor mode's future. Right. The biggest thing I think dividing Vue people, quote unquote, and Solid, for example, is just philosophies and stuff, like what you think and what you value. I find this very amusing because, like, obviously Vue is a much bigger player, so acknowledging Solid in this sense for performance and kind of similarity is a big one, because it might make Solid look more attractive. There's actually someone in the process of a very large project porting, I think they said something like 300 components right now from Vue 3 to Solid. And I've been kind of like interacting with them on Twitter on that. It's just kind of like seeing that, because like Vue and Solid actually have a lot in common other than the philosophy. So yeah, it's interesting. And honestly, some people were like, "Oh, React compat, Vue compat would be easier for us than React compat." And when Vue Vapor comes out, who knows? Like, it's like basically the same thing. So I think this is really interesting. Do I have any notes to write here about Vue? Vapor may or may not be a big thing, but I think it's really, really cool. I think that we shouldn't forget to mention Nuxt here. He kind of glanced over. Nuxt had a hard year, but my understanding is they are finally here. Like, I am now on the Nuxt page. It's not telling me about experimental docs or whatever. When I go to the docs page, we are now on Nuxt 3, right? Like, and I've had Daniel on here. Nuxt it's very nice. Like, the way everything auto imports and like stuff, they put a lot of thought about, like, Nuxt might be the most. It's funny, I don't know about like the migration, because people said Nuxt 3 was like, it's been like a long road. But I feel like if someone is starting from scratch in Nuxt 3, from what I've seen, out of all the MetaFrameworks, it might not be like the most cutting edge technology wise, or all like this is the fastest, whatever. But it feel like, when I saw what Daniel was doing, it just feels like so nice. Kind of like everything is taken care of for you. I kind of feel like Nuxt 3 might be what Angular wishes it was. Like, it just has this sort of like, it's just a really like so many considerations into like the little details. And it's so funny because whenever I've been on like a chat with Daniel or that, or like a framework panel, and I'd be like, I'd make some like offhand comment like, yeah, well, I mean, you could always do that, but that'd be crazy. That'd be like so much work and you have to wrangle it in. Daniel just very politely puts up his hand and is like, yeah, we did it. And I'm like, of course you did, because it's like, I identify things from like that are, from my perspective, too small of wins for the amount of effort that goes in, and things that maybe the users, like if you really care about having that nicer DX piece, like at that level, that last 10 or 15% on the DX, I put that on the user space. Like I don't want to be too opinionated, and it's not where I spend my time. But like Nuxt, that's what they did. That last 10 or 15% on the DX side, they got you. So like, yeah, I think we can't understate. This is, again, I mentioned the further out you get there, the harder it is to migrate with change. Maybe out of all the meta frameworks, Nuxt is the furthest out there from Vue, like in terms of like the ones that we consider like the blessed options. Yeah, and I've been looking at the JS stuff here and there. It is very interesting. I think part of this thing is like, yeah, it's also interesting because Nuxt is largely on Vite now, but I see originally they weren't, and they had their own kind of like engine, and like, so some of the UnJS stuff almost required some more buy-in. But yes, UnJS is great. I need to look at it more. Anyways, so yeah, big glowing comment on Nuxt here. Yeah, no, I don't know much about Nuxt's history, but that makes sense to me. Yeah, that's very cool. As I said, and developers like Daniel are up on it. They understand where stuff's heading. They're just kind of like, they have a more tempered approach. They're not like so much like, it's funny, out of the frameworks, Vue and Nuxt kind of like proportionally, like where they sit on their philosophy is not so, like in a sense, React is bigger on taking risks and pushing boundaries. Vue is very, I don't want to say safe, because they were safe in the past. They've been more adventurous the last couple of years and forging their own path too, a bit more. But like in the relative scheme of things, Vue is definitely a bit more on the play it safe side of things. But it means that when it comes to that DX side, like the polish is like gleaming. So definitely a consideration if that's what's important to you and whatnot. So yeah, that's interesting. It doesn't. That's actually one of my criticisms. I feel like Vue probably tries to take on the most. The problem is React didn't, but now they're trying to wrangle it in with what's happening now with Next and serving components, which is why it feels messy. For the longest time, React actually felt smaller and more to purpose for a lot of developers, like people who like React. Like that was like its selling point. And Vue is kind of like in between React and Angular, which is like very larger scoped. What's happened though is because Vue now has blessed libraries and all this churn's kind of been happening, it's a lot easier for the Vue community to go like, this is a blessed solution, this is a blessed solution, this is a blessed solution. And React now is kind of carrying the weight of its ecosystem with it and being like in this sort of mess. These aren't React's thing. And when you look at React in isolation, it's this kind of more pure, perhaps beautiful thing. Everyone knows I love React. But when you look at the whole mess, yeah, I can understand why people from the outside might not feel that. So yeah, I don't so much agree with that, especially because like in my spectrum of like size and like scope, Vue is on the larger size of most of the frameworks that I'm going to talk about today, maybe. Except maybe the next framework. Let's talk about Angular. Yeah, well, this is a reactivity thing. I've talked about this before. Here's the thing. From a change management standpoint, React has hooks for both state and memoization, like how state updates, which is very different. All the reactive libraries only have hooks for state. They're like, yeah, we just need 3 essentially. We just need like, or maybe 4 because there's a difference between primitives like atoms and like proxies. But it's like ref reactive computed effect, right? Or solid, it's signal store memo effect. Or Svelte, it's let $variable $expression and stores. But like my point is like, these are all state management hook solutions. React has another layer of like memoization hooks, like use ref, use callback, react.memo. And that's the thing, because like they do have the state hooks. They do have use state, use memo, use effect. But like that's where the kind of complexity comes in. So it's interesting. Yeah, I can't help but admire React. I'm sorry to everyone. All right. Okay. So let's talk Angular. So when we talk about Angular, what do we talk about? We talk about universal. We talk maybe about analog. Analog is fun. Yes, Angular was the first to hop on the TypeScript train, so they deserve a lot of credit for that. Doing that, like 2014-ish time period. I don't know exactly. It was like 8 years ago. So let's talk Angular for a minute. But I'm not going to pretend like Angular is my whole like that I have a terrible frame of reference here. But my understanding of this is Angular has been on one of those like really long journeys, like kind of like React has been. React has been big and popular, and like ecosystems kind of carried it the last few years. But between like 2017 or 18, around the hooks announcement, let's say 2018, and I'd say like now, essentially. I know there was that like one like React Forget talk and like the one thing where they dropped the server components. Like it's basically been 5 years since like the dial really moved forward from the core team. They've been working on something for a very long time. Well, as it turns out in Angular land, they were also working on something for a very, very long time. And the thing is like it's difficult when you're in one of those projects because you got to see it through because it's so ground shifting, like everything gets pulled into it. And my understanding, and again, I don't know the full details here, but they spent several years working on a new compiler called Ivy. Yeah, Nux server engine, Nitro's pretty nice. Yeah. And essentially they and Ivy was a big step forward, changed how they do the compiler. But the thing is, I think they saw, they're like, okay, we're in this zone and we need to, pardon the pun, and we needed to kind of figure out how to move beyond that. And essentially, they saw the DX of other frameworks kind of moved. Sorry, I know the Angular work, Ivy work was mostly like, 2018, right? But I mean, the big one recently, I guess, for this past year was standalone components. Essentially, they've been on this path for a few years now, where they kind of are like, what does Angular look like in the future? And they were building out this path, and they watched the DX of other frameworks improve, and they were like, okay, let's build out these pieces to kind of modernize Angular and its Angular build chain. That's my understanding. I could be wrong, but that's what my thing is. I went to ngconf and tried to pay as much attention as I possibly could in October, and some of the core team members. What's cool about this, though, is they've hit the end of that road. Like, as I mentioned, some mentioned Ivy is the default compiler for probably a couple of years now. I can't remember when does Angular Ivy come out? Was it 2020, 2019? Yeah, it's somewhere around 2020, 20. Like first look is different from when it actually rolls out. My understanding is that they try to do like basically an invisible switch, and things didn't work the way they expected, and then the Angular team was like, well, those are bugs. But the problem is when you have people depending on bug behavior for years because no one knew they existed, it's a lot harder. So like this is like the full like pull the tablecloth off the table without the things falling off scenario. Yeah, okay. 2019, perfect. Yeah, that fits roughly with my timeline. Okay. Right. Yeah. So coming out of this, working through like the Angular does a major release, like we're talking about what Angular 8 is talking, like Angular does several major releases a year, it looks like, over the last couple years, right? So like they're on Angular 15 now. Angular 15 came out like a month ago or something. So just to kind of like show how rapidly they've been kind of going through these breaking changes, because they adhere to Semver, this has turned from being like, instead of having one big breaking change like Angular 2 was from Angular, like basically a different framework, they've been doing much more incremental breaking changes, and they've been kind of like turning stuff around bit by bit. It's funny because I actually like this. The state of JavaScript. It's not too obvious to people all the time here, but like if you look at stuff on satisfaction, Angular started pretty high, like not the highest, but slowly been going down and down. And it's funny, it's going down in the chart, but around 2019, 38%, 42%, 45%, it's climbing back up. It doesn't look that because of the new entries on the chart, but Angular is like the only framework I've ever seen in history actually go back up in satisfaction after going down. Like, this is more typical. Ember 40. Like, I guess there's some variance that year, but like we're generally heading down here, right? It does some of the more popular ones. Vue 87, 91, 91, 87, 85, 80. Alpine 82, 79. Lit stayed flat 78, 77. Preact 84, 78, 78, 74. Like it just goes down. This is a stat that goes down every year. 88, 89, 90. Okay, Svelte's been going up by 1%, but like it's nominal, right? Angular looks like it was tail spinning down, actually going back up slightly. It is on the way up, but on the way down, it's harder, because if you have a memory like I've ever used Angular, then you actually get hit harder and harder as time goes on. Right? So just kind of like putting it out there. So Angular is a funny one because they've gone through some tough times and they're kind of been trying to set themselves up to bounce back, right? And if we're going to be talking about JavaScript frameworks into 2023, I want to make sure we recognize that bit, okay? So like I mentioned Angular Universal. And Angular Universal is their SSR solution. I've never touched it. All I know is that Angular doesn't really hydrate. They call it destructive hydration, but I call that not hydration. They basically re-render the app in the client again and destroy what was there. That's not hydration, that's client-side rendering. But the Angular team, when I was at the conference, they brought that up as a high priority of something they want to work on this coming year. So yeah, we're talking about hydration. They want to be able to do hydration. Which is funny because everyone's trying to not do hydration right now. I get why that's humorous. That they're trying to add hydration at this point, but I'm sure they will do it in a smart way. Another thing they're talking about, change management, signals. Right? They want it, Zone.js, I mean, they have RxJS, but they're like, RxJS isn't the best reactivity for templating. Like it's good for data transforms and all that, and it's very hard to convince Rx people that it isn't the best for templating, but it actually just isn't. I talked about this in the last reactivity rendering stream. It's fine if you think otherwise. If you're very functional programming oriented and you like virtual DOMs and stuff like that, maybe. But like it just isn't the most optimal thing for rendering. Sup, bigger nerd? Hey, Theo. Man, we're getting deep into this now. So, anyways, I still hate RX. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. But I meant more of the fact that like you can say that like your views are pure and they're derived and immutable and then they change each time. That's where RX is good. Coarse grained updates. It's just trying to wire a bunch of stuff into a template where you have expressions. RX is prohibitively clunky. I think RX has some value. The same way like you know, when something breaks and you grab some duct tape, you know, like you have quickly have like maybe your plumbing is coming apart under your sink and you're just like, oh shit, and you like knock it together and grab some duct tape. The RxJS is kind of like that. So like, anyway, let's not dwell on RxJS. But I think they've shown interest at their keynote at the conference on both of these topics. So Angular's looking at how to add hydration signals. And this is really important too, because Universal needs a boost. Every framework has had hydration for several years now. So like this is drastically behind if you care about SSR. Maybe you don't care about SSR. Angular didn't really, because they're like, look, we build apps. Why does everyone care about SSR? I want to highlight Analog for a second before we move on, because it's a Vite-based Angular framework that's getting built. And I think it's cool to see Angular come into the Vite community, because Angular's classically had its own tooling. I don't even know what a Bazel is, but I've heard of it thanks to Mishko. Is Bazel any good? Actually, don't tell me. I don't want to know about Bazel or Basil or whatever the hell it is. I think it's really cool to see Angular kind of come back into the like mainstream of tooling and be part of that conversation again. And they are paying attention. There's been some big changes over there in the leadership. Big shout outs to people like Sarah Drasner and the whole Angular team, just kind of looking outwards, you know, doing bake-offs between frameworks to understand them better. I think we're seeing a transformation right now in the Angular team, and I'm excited personally to see where it goes, because as I said, I often kind of count them out, but you know, I don't anymore. Framework conditions SSR because you say makes too much sense. That's a problem. Oh, thank you for that one. It's funny because if you've ever heard my description of the history of the web, which I don't know, one of my earlier streams, I used to say that the history of the web is the history of state management and about passing the bag like hot potato, like. And you know, like we had state on the server, and they're like, no, go in the like, you know what I mean? Like everyone just keeps on like it's when the music stops, you know, who's holding the bag, you know. So I find this take amusing, because like at a certain point, certain solutions are like, yes, I want to own that state, but it's still as messy as it's ever been. Okay. So for Angular. Summary, they're going to take SSR more serious, and they're going to look at signals. They're in a portion of modernizing. So as I said, I don't know if I'd look too hard here if I wasn't in the Angular community, but if I was an Angular dev right now, I might be getting a little bit excited, and go reach out, get involved in the conversation. Stuff is changing. I know a lot of Angular devs love how things have been set in their way for ages and years. But if you are, in a place with Angular where you're like maybe less happy with the status quo, I feel like now's a really good time to get involved in the conversation. Okay, let's move on. Number 4, Svelte. All right, so what do we want to talk about Svelte? Well, Svelte kit. Out of any of the MetaFrameworks, Svelte kit is probably the closest entwined with the vision of the framework for the future. Like, to the point that I'm almost positive, like, we know that React and Next are like tied at the hip here a little bit, but like, I feel like Svelte kit, like, there's another framework we'll get to later that has this kind of relationship, but they basically they're just like, just use Svelte kit. Svelte kit is Svelte. Sapper. Sapper doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about Sapper. But Svelte kit hit 1.0 and in December very recently. It has a lot of interesting talk this year because they really pushed the conversation on what like file system routing should look like. And I think that in general, Svelte kit, for a lot of people who maybe are more React dev, Svelte kit is kind of like Remix. Like, they kind of sit in the same thing. Maybe it's better to say that Remix is like React's version of Svelte kit. Like, when I think of those frameworks, even though I made a comment about Remix being like Next in a sense, it's like they kind of view themselves with the same sort of values, sitting in the same sort of place. I feel like Svelte kit devs, if it wasn't for the JSX and the React hate, and Remix guys would essentially occupy the same sort of zone. So that's like where that's kind of sitting, where like it's about progressive enhancement. It's about using forms and the web the way the web was designed. It's about the place where they kind of separate a bit is Remix went very hard on like the specific SSR only kind of thing. CDNs are just caches at a different time. You know what I mean? Like the whole like no static thing. And Svelte kit's actually interesting because they have, static generation. They have like modes for every page. Like, there's a lot that they're doing here. The truth of the matter, though, is for Svelte, and if we're talking about, that's where they've been. If we're talking about where they're heading and what you should pay attention to, there's two things that are on my radar for Svelte and Svelte kit. First of all, I don't know how much you want to trust Adam Rakis, but he was hanging out with Rich Harris, and there was some comment about server components for Svelte. I don't know if this is just your typical, like, don't want to be left out kind of conversation where people are like, oh yeah, I saw that. But my gut here is this. Rich has very much stayed out of the partial hydration stuff and the server component stuff because he basically said it wasn't worth it from his perspective. He just didn't see the value of it. And I had a lot of conversations with him, on Twitter and on this side. And he was just like, he basically was like, when someone comes up with a good enough solution, we'll copy it. Right? And in my head, I was thinking, well, maybe copying it won't be as easy as you think, but it depends on where these things land. I think he's like, now maybe that he's seen the next example or whatever, he's starting to kind of get a picture of what this could look like. I feel like he should come take a look at my notes if this is what he's interested in, because I think the approach that we've been working with Solid on server components is one that is more copyable by other frameworks than what React is doing. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is the thing that I regret most about not being around for NextConf and doing that other. The thing is, if I was at NextConf, I wouldn't have been at NGConf, and I wouldn't be such an expert on Angular now. But I have not met Rich in person yet, and that's something I need to remedy. We just haven't paths haven't crossed yet. So he's very high on my list of people that I hope to bump into at some point at a conference. I got the chance to meet Dan Abramoff when I was in London, so that was really cool. He was also like high on my list. So, anyways, to be fair, I was speaking at it about Solid.js, so I think I get an excuse on that. Not an NG, it was like the JS half of it, but it was an NG comp that had a JavaScript portion. Okay, so yeah, server components and Svelte. This one might be more of a rumor. I wouldn't put too much here yet, but something to pay attention to. Second thing on Svelte 4 is coming up as part of the conversation, and I think this is something more tangible. They've been focusing so long on Kit. They're like, it's time to take a look at 4.0 and see where we're heading. What does Svelte 4 mean? So far, to my understanding, 2 major features have been talking about. One, nested reactivity. They specifically references to solid stores. Okay? Something along those lines. Second piece that they've mentioned, smaller component compiled output. I've heard some talk about their Svelte's hydration not being great, but I don't know enough about that. It seems to score okay on performance. I don't know if there's bugs. So these are 2 areas where you can expect some movement from on Svelte 4 that they talked about. Because I made this comment a while ago. If you have a reactive system and you just have only signals for like nested reactivity, and like especially when they're tied specifically to the component like Svelte's lets are, like you can't. There's certain things that you have to overrun them, and this is why Svelte can never touches solid on these kind of performance benchmarks, because like I think if some people, I've shown on stream or my chat, if you remember the React Forget demo with the to-do MVCs, if you don't have nested reactivity, you can't update a field on a particular to-do without re-rendering the list. Svelte re-renders the list. It doesn't like do the DOM rendering, but it does go through a list re-rendering cycle. And there's no way in Svelte to not do that. Nested reactivity will solve that if Svelte breaks it into separate components. So it's not perfect because Svelte still updates are component based. Like they don't do fine-grained rendering, but it will be a big step forward in able to do those kind of optimizations. Because right now, if you just put like all your data in a store, anytime any of that data in that store changes, you're just like re-rendering a bunch of components. So it kind of pushes you to making smaller stores, which is like fine, but then it's harder to synchronize that. When you have reactive state, you have to synchronize it. So it's like this. I wrote an article about this a couple years ago about like what you can learn from React to be a better Svelte developer. They're going to finally address some of those kind of criticisms and concerns around where Svelte's compiler is kind of limiting from a performance and like reactive ergonomic standpoint. The other big one is smaller component compiled output. And what I mean by that is, I don't know if Evan, you popularized this comparison originally, but I wrote an article a little while ago and it was like to do MVC. And this comparison article, which I guess I will drop in the chat. Svelte stores are like a bit like Redux stores. They're simpler, and they're more like RxJS if you didn't have any operators. Right. But one of the things here is they're very conscious of the fact of by the time you get to, again, rather large size, but like 80 to do MVC size of components. Svelte is like 30% larger than pretty much any framework. It's even like larger than React. It scales particularly poorly compared to other frameworks. A lot of the frameworks are like, you know, kind of lock and step once you get past like their initial cost. Like when you building small stuff, Svelte is very small. Solid and Preact are right behind it, but very quickly, once you get to like 5 components, once you get to 3 components, essentially, Solid is smaller than Svelte. And while I'm not going to nickel and dime over a couple kilobytes, you just see that gap widen and widen and widen until, like, I hope you don't have pages that are like much larger than this on pure component size. I'm not talking about like third-party libraries and like things that are heavy, but I mean pure like UI code size. But like this is starting to get to a point where it actually affects your page load and your performance. So they are looking at this. Right. So these are the 2 things for Svelte and Svelte 4, and I expect that kind of movement to happen there. Okay? We still doing good? Everyone still alive? I got a lot of frameworks to cover here. I figured people would be like requesting the framework they wanted me to talk about in the chat, but they really haven't been. Okay, let's keep on moving. I think I'm going to do some of the smaller frameworks now. Who's next? Sorry. Let's see who's next. Oh, I gotta click outside of the... This text box is too big. All right. 5. Let's talk about Preact. And does Preact have a MetaFramework? Well, Preact does have Fresh. I don't know. Does Preact have any other MetaFrameworks? Remix? I mean, I'm not getting into like agnostic MetaFrameworks. It's more like Fresh has Preact. Right. I can argue about stuff like agnostic, like Astro or whatnot. But I wanted to talk. I actually think Remix probably deserves first party attention here, just because of like the sort of thing forming over at Shopify between Hydrogen, Remix, and Preact. Yeah. I mean, yes. Preact has all the React frameworks. I'm being a little bit, what's the term, facetious. That I'm talking about Preact first MetaFrameworks. And I'm kind of joking here that Remix could become a Preact first MetaFramework, or at least a certain version of it. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but that's like, I think it's enough of a point for me to bring up. To be fair, Preact probably gets its biggest wins, and you're right, it's probably, I'm going to mention Astro again here, but it's probably worth mentioning Astro, even though I want to talk about Astro separately as well, because everyone who's moving their next app, you see all these people are like, I don't even have to go far, and I got Theo in chat. If you go to astro.build, and they're like, holy, I rebuilt my Astro site out of curiosity, and I went like this to this. Anyone who does this, and like Jason did, Langstrom, or anyone who does this, when they do this move, they aren't using React. Astro with React is not 7.6 kilobytes. So I just want to point it out here. So this is, in a sense, there's probably 2 or 3 frameworks you should use with Astro. And so I mentioned it here. We'll come back on Astro on that. But from a Preact perspective, like generally speaking, this is what you're looking at. And the big new news for Preact this year was signals. we're yet to see how that permeates through the ecosystem, because it changes the authoring experience enough and the impact of like how updates happen, that a component that uses, like, you have to put signals on the leaves, right? Because I mean, I guess you could always de-opt at the point of the component level, but like you can't just be using components and then like have signals and then go you have to, and you go, oh, I want to use that component that doesn't use signals. Then you have to like go, okay, now I'm going to just de-opt at this point and then do it. Like, you have to make the conscious decision when you add a component in Preact. You have to go, is it signal aware? Like, that's the question you're asking, and then that determines how you pass the signal to it. So if signals in Preact are a real thing, it's also another ecosystem resetter, like we've talked about with Vue and with React. It's a good time to do an ecosystem reset. And let's face it, Preact's ecosystem is not particularly large. It's like React's ecosystem when you have compat. But if you're talking not about compat, like, it doesn't matter. Their ecosystem is not particularly large, right? So like from that perspective, this is like I'm just going to erase this at this point, because like there's no ecosystem really to reset here. So like they're pretty good on that. They've been working, again, I don't know when it's going to come out. Let's see, Preact 11. Yeah, it's not out yet though, right? Yeah, I don't think it's out yet. They've been working on Preact 11, and Preact 11, Jason has been hinting that he's doing incredible performance improvements in Preact, and he keeps on showing this like spinny thing that spins around over and over again. I don't have the tweets in front of me, but every like 6 months he shows how he got like it a little bit faster, and he's talking about how it's like X times faster and all this stuff. Apparently, this rendering and performance improvement is going to be in Preact 11. He has stated though that he doesn't expect it to compete with like stuff like Solid in terms of performance, but he does he has been hyping this. So I'm looking forward to see where they take this next. But it's an interesting story now, because Preact has signals and they're working on some performance improvements. I don't know how these sit together nicely, but they're definitely kind of upping their game. And I look into 2023 for them to kind of establish more of an identity outside of React. They've been kind of under React shadow. They made it very clear this year that they want to get out of that shadow. So I think it's an interesting time. I think you choose Preact for utilitarian reasons right now, because it's like React. You can just port your next app into Astro with it. But I think generally speaking, it still remains to be seen how good of like a first party choice it is, not because you're kind of just being pragmatic in terms of where you're at. Only other thing to mention here, Fresh. Fresh had a big swell right off the gate. A lot of times I forget to mention Fresh. Fresh is the framework that always slips my mind, because it's a lot like Astro, except like for one framework. It does have an interesting authoring experience because of that. Both because it's all TypeScript and it's all Dino and it does this whole thing. There's like no build step and no it builds in the background, but like essentially you just get this environment where you just start your Dino process and you just go. There's no npm install or whatever. It makes this really compelling feeling like thing where you're just like, you feel like the old days when you just opened a Notepad++ and opened it in the browser. That's not what's actually happening, but for a lot of people, this illusion of no build makes them happy or feel like things are simpler. The problem is, of course, that when things go wrong, which tend to happen on my stream, and then you're like trying to debug stuff and you can't find anything. So it isn't actually no build, but because it feels like it, I think it's very attractive to a certain audience of people. I think Fresh, it's we should see how it progresses and how much work they put it over the next few months. The Dino core team made it, and they have lots of stuff they're working on right now. So I don't know how much they're prioritizing it. It had a few rough edges when I used it. They probably made some improvements, but I don't know how high priority it is. And currently, unless you're in this very specific niche, it's not really offering, and even in that niche, it's not really offering much of an advantage over something like Astro. I think though that it's a very good showcase of what Dino is about. All right. Next framework. Who's next? Yeah. I think we're on solid now. And solid start. Should I put Astro here? Why not? Do you know why I'm putting Astro here? I mean, I could put Astro everywhere. Oh, you're right. Lit. I'll do lit next. I'll do lit number 7. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, lit should have been next. Mostly because before solid had solid start, there was a good, and we're still in beta, but there's definitely use cases where Astro still makes the most sense. But before we really had solid start, I was just pointing. I'm like, guys, just go use Astro. Unless you want to build your own SSR solution, which you can, and few people tried. There was Snap from the builder guys. There was something called Liquid. But these projects never really got very far. Obviously, the builder guys found Qwik after getting a few steps into Snap. And Liquid just lost its momentum. But generally speaking, Astro is a solid choice for solid. Solid start is kind of our more solid start today is very much on the Svelte kit remix side. It's solid's version of those. I think you could really just put Svelte kit remix and solid together and just be like, it's the same framework for different, tailored specifically for what those frameworks feel is important or valuable to them. I'm not going to focus too much on the things we do want to get some of this static generation for every page stuff. But yeah, if I'm looking to 2023, server components. Everyone knows I'm hot on those. After being able to show that you can do server components with about 5 kilobytes of JavaScript, that drawing that I showed earlier here, this one about scaling, doesn't apply. Suddenly it scales like MPAs, and when you make your little blog site, you don't have to worry about this. You're just shipping this. So it makes all the difference for perception, at least on the small side. And on the larger side, you're going to get to a point of page complexity until I guess you're getting into stuff larger than the stuff I saw with e-commerce. That's what I got to say. Maybe some Google level stuff. Okay. And yeah, so that's on the solid start side. What else are we looking forward to for 2023? Solid 2.0. Yeah. Let's talk high level solid 2.0. What are we looking at? Updated reactive core. This is interesting. We're looking a lot at how we can performance for performance sake on the reactive core is not terribly important for me. I know I've been sleeping on performance improvements through solid reactivity for years because it wasn't worth the complexity. However, fundamental change in the way we drive data to be lazy is something that's going to enable us to do. We're basically, for those who aren't too familiar, Solid's reactive core is what we call push-pull. And essentially, on the push side, you have things like RxJS. It's always notifying, it's always an event things. Solid and auto tracking does this kind of thing where it actually pulls sometimes, like when it asks for the value. And it's this kind of combination of both like pushing updates and then pulling, and we kind of settle in a way that's predictable and topological and all that kind of stuff. However, with 2.0, the reason we're doing this change is we're going to stay push-pull, but we're going to be more pull, which will make things like virtualization easier. Basically, we're looking at optimizing the paths not taken, which isn't something that was really important for like most applications that are doing like you're interacting with them. But what this is important is it's basically building primitives into the language to handle virtualization. Like as I'm looking at stuff like large tables, I'm looking at, React's pull based primarily. And for that reason, React, a lot of certain types of problems are simpler for them to solve. And I'm not saying you need a virtual DOM to solve these problems, but being pull-based makes it a lot easier to schedule when you do that work. Solid has scheduling by using this kind of hybrid, but I want to make it much simpler and consistent, and that's really what this is about. Enabling things like off-screen, making suspense and transition logic a lot simpler to write from an authoring standpoint, from like me as a framework author. Did the small guy bully me? No. Essentially, I think this is going to be the main movement. I want to look at stuff like create computed. For the most part, this isn't really an API change on any of the core primitives, and anything that kind of goes out the door will be supported through like a legacy import package, because we can always just replace primitives with other primitives, or like remake our existing primitives with new primitives. Like migration path here should be relatively straightforward. The other thing is I built Solid 1.0 basically ignoring TypeScript existed. I did write it in TypeScript. I just ignored that TypeScript was a thing. If that makes any sense to people. Mostly because I just didn't like it. I saw it as a necessary evil. I don't like compromising because of TypeScript. I'm not saying I'm going to change, but there's a few places where we can ease people on TypeScript a little bit if I give it like a tiny bit more consideration. So we are looking at that. But yeah, most of the rest of 2.0 is all based off extensions on top of this core. This is like why the breaking changes are happening. But once we have this kind of mechanism, we're going to be able to do a lot more things than we can do today. And this will play into, even problems to improve hydration and stuff. The hydration stuff is outside of the reason we're breaking it. We're breaking it for this. Then the hydration stuff will be able to build on top of it. I do hang with Tanner, and a lot of the work right now about this new push-pull reactivity we're getting to test because of Tanner. Tanner Lindsley makes a great set of tools around agnostic tools now with TanStack that rely on these kind of mechanisms like virtualization and performance for large tables and whatnot. And that's actually where Solid 2.0 is getting its testing ground. So like the reactivity system is if some people have been watching PRs, it's been sneaking its way into the agnostic core of TanStack. So yeah, I obviously have more insight into this, so I'm not gonna like sit here and like compare to the other frameworks, like go over all the cool stuff coming in Solid. But I just want to kind of put that out there. Someone asked earlier if islands or server components in Solid are going to be are going to be stable. I'm not sure yet. It's not part of my 1.0 goals for Solid Start. I want to just get Solid Start stable as is. It might happen at the same time because of the timeline and who can work on different things at certain times. But the biggest thing is I'm not happy with the DX story on server components right now. So I'm not shipping this. I don't want to be stuck with that DX story. if we can find some smart solutions, things will move faster. But it's all about what resources and help have. Like if I'm sitting doing all the bug fixing on Solid Start right now, I'm not working on that. It's not anything. Solid's TypeScript support is fine, and we've learned how to wrestle around with TypeScript. I'm just kind of done fighting it in certain places that were mostly my stubbornness. Things like I think I'm not gonna lie. I think it's really dumb to have to use a callback in a control flow component just to narrow the type of something that's coming through. Like I understand why you would want to do that from a TypeScript point, but if I ignore TypeScript for a second, pretend it doesn't exist, I would never create that API. It would be it just wouldn't be a good API. Why would you add all that extra stuff? I'm bending a little bit more to being, agreeable to stuff like that. Things that require extra function wrappers. Like there's just places where TypeScript forces worse ergonomics for TypeScript's sake, and I have no as long as there's an option that doesn't do that, I'm fine. But I have no if someone's like, no, that's the way the API be, I'm just like, no. I won't suffer for my tool. But yeah, it's multiple parameters or config objects. Huh. That's interesting. I've always liked parameters because most stuff with Solid is wrapped in functions. So configs are you now have objects with functions in them. But it's where the case makes sense. I usually have to do a split. But yeah, examples of this too are around create store and stuff. Another example, if you want to know, is I really like the path syntax. It's very concise. It lets you do really powerful things with less typing. But TypeScript absolutely hates the path syntax. Trying to get functional program path type stuff. We've had experts come in and work on it, and it's still not perfect. I would never get rid of the path syntax for store setters, but the produce syntax, the localized mutation syntax, doesn't have all those problems. The types work so easily, read only, all that stuff just works. And it's kind of the funny thing is the path stuff actually requires significantly more code. So swapping around defaults like that while still doing it, or balancing that, are the kind of things that I'm thinking about. I hear this. Everyone tells me this. Those people should come help on the Solid project, because I have people who, there are some experts on TS, and I bring this stuff up and they're like, yeah, not really. Yes and no. TypeScript is working on it, but it's will it ever come? There's a working group around the reactivity. I haven't kept up on it. I'll funnel stuff back in. But if you look on the Solid org, there is a reactivity. There's a working group, and then there's a reactivity discussion in that working group. But right now, I'm just working on the reactive core, so it's still early days. But I'm hoping that we'll start seeing. I don't know if this will affect everyone this year, but we should have progress during this year. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else I want to say about Solid right now. We'll talk a bit more about stuff in This Week in JavaScript. Let's keep on moving. Lit. Yeah, I mean, in the framing of this, lit is lit. It's not it's the platform, right? So you don't. It's not the platform, but there's no MetaFramework, right? Oh man, the web component. So web component MetaFramework. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Lit is a framework. I don't know if it's MetaFramework or thing, but yeah, I guess Lit has been adding. Just to summarize, it's web components. It's a framework for authoring web components, right? Work for web components. It is a framework. It is not the platform. It is a framework. And they've been working a lot on SSR primarily. They've been working on a lot of stuff, but SSR has been a big thing. Now that we have declarative shadow DOM, people are like, oh, now we can do SSR with web components. Well, the answer is like, not really. Like, you have a mechanism now to communicate this over the wire, but you still don't have a way of rendering web components on the server. And if you tell me that you're going to like bring in like Domino or JS DOM, like that is just terrible. Like you don't want to do that. The Lit guys know you don't want to do that. Like that is not the option. Right? Like it is not like this is the missing gap. And so the one cool thing that the guys at Lit, they work at Google. They're tied with like the old Polymer team. Like they're definitely invested in web components succeeding. Is that they've been opening a bunch of groups of like open standards and stuff. And I covered this in my web component stream at the very beginning of this year, like around February. And they are, whatever they put in Lit, they're trying to figure out if it's generalizable for all web component frameworks. I've had bad luck with agnostic solutions on the web component space. I've had to create my own every single time, but that's largely because of fine-grained reactivity. But yes, there are groups here. My expectations here is that I'm saying Lit, but we're going to treat Lit as web components. This is our chance to talk about web components today. My expectation is we're going to see like legit SSR web component solutions. Okay. But I mean, I don't know if, yeah, I mean, I've seen stuff like talking about standards on like context and that. The problem is they're trying to design like, they understand that it doesn't belong in the standards, but now that they have these tools that are standardized, they're trying to design like, you know what the challenge is? Like, best thing about web components is that like anyone can build a framework. And that's what's happened, right? Solid started because of web components. I was like, oh, I can build a framework. And the problem is, it's not really a framework. It's like a rendering library, more or less. And then what's happened now is for web components to succeed, because it's like fractured, because that's the whole point. You don't want it to be a single way. You can only put so much into the standards because you can't alienate different approaches. But at the same time, you want them all to work with each other. So you have to define interoperability layers. So Lit's kind of heading up kind of like a unofficial standard around how you can do stuff like context, how you can do stuff like SSR. Basically trying to build a framework for the web on web components where you can use any web component. That's kind of their goal. That's what they're working for. If that sounds good to you, maybe check it out, get involved. There's a lot of great minds kind of working towards this, because like web components, in theory, get us away from frameworks. I just want anyone who goes there to understand that they're building a framework by doing this. So, and as we talked about earlier in the stream, when you kind of go from the base level, like the core library approach, like maybe lit HTML, and move outwards to the framework, you move slower and you make more opinions, and it gets riskier. Like more things, your work gets slower and opinions change faster the further out, like the more abstracted you get. So the value of the future proofing of web components gets lost the farther up framework land you go. So yeah, I can't say anything more about lit right now. Otherwise, it'll sound like I don't have nice things to say. Okay, let's move on. I love that the chat now is like talking about like Go and Haskell. Like what's going on here? I'm sorry, Theo Maple. I'm not following you guys, but I think that's probably the thing. Yeah, and if I am going to talk about web components, I want to talk about 11t and WebC, which adds kind of like these islands in the 11d. I think this is a very cool approach, and I think while I'm not like the biggest web component advocate, I think using web components to solve specific problems, like expanding kind of the dynamicism of 11d or whatever, is a really good use case for them. I think web components are really great for that Zendesk widget, like where you have to like insert it. Like I think there's things. When you're getting into framework zone and start thinking about that, you really gotta realize that you're just doing the same thing as everyone else. So like the superiority complex should just kind of go away, but it tends to not. Anyways. Okay, where are we? Let's see. I gotta look at my list here. Preact. Okay, we've got a few left. Yeah, I'm trying to choose which one I want to do next. I mean, I could do a really short one. If Marko 6 doesn't come out in 2023, I don't think I can talk about Marko anymore. Just legit. I'm throwing this out here. We've made great progress. The guys working with Marko are some of the smartest people I know in this space. I bring them on regularly because they always instill insight and widen perspective. But at a certain point, it's got to ship. I was really hoping that we'd get there for the fall of this year. The thing is, someone showed a curve where like you're building a project and then you have to like cut scope to meet expectation. I saw this on Twitter. I think it was somebody from the React team, maybe it was Seb or something, or like Marko 6 is kind of at that point where like it's just like it can't. The problem is they're building. If you have the picture, you have the smartest minds in the world and the funding to back it and the most ambitious goal. They're building the perfect framework. And I know not everyone's going to like it necessarily, or, whatever. But, the same way not everyone likes Svelte or like Solid or whatever. But like, the stuff and even in the prototypes and demos, you see what it's capable of. And I've seen more because I'm closer to it. But like, it ships the least possible amount of JavaScript that I can picture. It's much smaller than what I've done with the Solid router. It's much smaller than Qwik. It's much smaller. It's resumable, and it's like the way they do the authoring and the analysis. Everything is so smart. But like, it's also, we talked about like the long haul thing, like Angular Ivy, or the React stuff that's been going on for a few years. Marko 6 has kind of been like, it started internally, like I guess 2019. It's been 3 years. Like it's one of those kind of efforts. Do you know what the challenge is? What are we selling right now, right? Like this is where the thing is. Like there's understanding of that. It's like everything is on hold. When you get the larger project, everything just gets pulled into it. And it's just like that Marko 6 in a sense is like a new framework. Like it almost has to start from scratch and it just needs to ship. But the problem is, or the challenge there is that eBay relies on Marko, so there is like that whole thing. Router is out past this, right? Because you can just use the server router because Marko's an MPA, but there is talk about building a smarter hybrid router. So, yeah, it's because all the work isn't happening on the main repo; it's happening on a secret repo. Look for, I don't, I think it's visible, but it's called X. No, yeah, this is, yeah, yeah. So it is moving along. I just wanted to give a quick shout out because like the problem is things are missing that are business critical for eBay, and like the streaming and the async stuff is missing still, and it's absolutely vital for eBay's main use case. So it's almost like not even worth it. But like a lot of the other stuff is there. Like for people building, simple stuff, it works. We were able to make Hacker News. We were able to make to-do MVCs and all that. But the Marko 6 is a bit like trying to make the jump that Svelte did to reactivity in the compiler, the jump that Qwik did for resumability, the jump that Solid did for fine-grained reactivity, and the jump. I'm trying to think. I think it's mainly those three, and just like doing it all in one go. Oh no, and the jumps React made going to concurrent rendering, like in suspense, and streaming like React 18, like from 16 18, that 3-year gap or whatever, or longer than that, whatever. It's like trying to do all of those in one go. So, ambitious project. Speaking of which, let's talk about Qwik and Qwik City. I had a funny chat with someone the other day. I don't know if they want to remain anonymous. But then they're like, I don't understand. I don't understand what Qwik City is. Like, what's the difference between Qwik and Qwik City? Yeah, Theo asked me, Theo asked me what the difference between Qwik and Qwik City is, and it's funny because he talked to Mishko himself. People, kind of go and they're like. And the truth of the matter is, Qwik, like Marko, is the full framework. It does the server rendering, does the partial hydration, does the optimizing. So what is Qwik City? Qwik City is you want to say this, but it's not, in a sense, because Qwik has SSR and partial hydration or whatever Qwik does and progressive things. Like Qwik by itself does all this, like does a lot of the stuff that, like the core stuff you expect from Next or, Solid Start or Nuxt or SvelteKit or whatever. Qwik does that on its own, same way Marko does. Like it's a server first framework. Qwik City, yes, that's the answer. Qwik City is a router. Qwik City is a router, yeah, and it's maybe a couple primitives around like resource loading and stuff. Like they're looking at adding let's talk a bit about. There's some stuff that's on their roadmap that they want to add. Big thing with Qwik is they went from a very VDOM centric approach this year. This year saw that like they're still VDOM, but they went from very VDOM to like VDOM plus reactivity. This is what they did. They added signals. They They added the Preact style signal optimization where you can get those like specific wins in some narrow areas, and like that's kind of like Preact and Qwik are very similar in that sense. They went beta, and beta for Qwik City was a big thing. But when we're looking as continue, they're going to continue on this path to see what more they can get out of reactivity. They're going to look at out of order streaming. Right now, you can do out of order streaming in Solid. You can do it in React. You can do it in Marko. I don't believe it's in most other frameworks. They have in order. Qwik has in order. So does Astro. I was talking to someone. Vue has in order. I'm not sure if they have out of order. I don't think they have out of order yet. With Nux, but I was talking to Daniel, and I wasn't 100% clear on that, so that could be a correction. Oh yeah, well, sorry, Remix is out of order. It's React. Sorry, all the React-based frameworks have out of order. So Qwik wants to add out of order, right? Yeah. So yeah, sorry. When I say React has out of order, I extend that to all of them. So these are things that they're gonna be working on. Out of order streaming. Their version of hybrid routing. I mentioned they have something called containers. So it's kind of like micro front ends for Qwik, and they're using that as the mechanism for doing their routing as well. Yeah, actually, maybe I should just say containers, hybrid routing, micro front ends. Seeing what chat's doing. Oh, it's a bunch of Qwik stuff shared. We call enough things. Talk to Mishko. I mean, Qwik. If you don't let them call it containers, they might call it like something fun, like Party Town or Qwik City. So, do keep that in mind. If you don't want them to call it containers, you don't know what kind of name you're going to end up with. Party Town is still the best name ever. That's like one of those ones where like it's like a split vote where people are like, it's the best name or the worst name ever. Party Town is amazing. The thing is, we talk about frameworks. Every framework should integrate with Party Town. Right now, Party Town is like one of a kind. It's. I didn't. I gave my pick for JS survey or whatever. I should have picked Party Town. I don't know if it came in 2021 or 20. Either way, Party Town should have been my pick. Party Town name is so bad it wraps around to be good. Yeah. I'm giving Theo a little bit of airtime here, but. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is the kind of stuff I expect from Qwik on the technology side. I didn't talk about Qwik much. For those who aren't familiar, Qwik and Marko are two frameworks that are investing a lot in resumability, which is this idea of being able to not run hydration and serialize the data instead when it wakes up. Qwik also has some cool stuff around progressive lazy loading of code, but generally the big interesting thing from my perspective is resumability, because as we showed in the chart earlier, the spectrum of JavaScript overhead, resumability really can make that last bit of difference if for optimization here. So like I think that like there is some interesting range. I think right now the problem is we go from here to here and it's like a chasm. I think it'd be interesting to see if there's more play through here, and I'm right now very much exploring if this is actually a range, because this also right now is a little bit of a chasm, but I don't think it should be. So yeah, just so you understand, that's kind of the thing. And to understand this JavaScript overhead, mostly 99% is about initial page load. And it can also be about future navigations, but it's about big motions. It's not about interactivity. These kind of technologies will not impact how responsive your app feels when you're like doing actions in it and doing that stuff. This is about like navigation. Just on a side note, TanStack wasn't. It was like Tanner didn't come up with TanStack. People called it that, and he was just like, Where does live view go? Side note, sorry, I can announce this right now. I'm doing a live view JS stream. I believe my next week I'm going to have the creator live view JS on my stream. I don't know anything about live view, and obviously maybe the Phoenix version is better, but I'm gathering my audience does not know about live view. So this is going to be my entry. Maybe if I like it a lot, I'll get into Phoenix and talk to people about that. But since we're like a JavaScript focused stream, I'm going to kind of defer to live view JS, and hopefully it's a good representation. What? Live view JS uses Phoenix JS library as is. Yeah, there's a Phoenix. Yes, so Phoenix is a. I'm not touching other languages. I mean, I guess I did. I touched Rust, didn't I? Huh. Yeah, it's a Phoenix is a backend framework like Rails is. So someone can make Phoenix for JavaScript. Okay. Phoenix is the MetaFramework. Yeah, okay. I gotcha. Yeah. Okay. And Elixir is kind of like Erlang, but different. Okay, I'm not. This is not my area. I did some backend, but not like this kind of stuff. I was doing like Microsoft stuff. I spent a lot of time in like .NET, and I did some Java. I'm not in this area. Erlang's a VM, so it's like all the lovely flavors of Java. Then like how you can, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I actually have some Ruby. I did Rails back in the day too, but okay. All right. Okay. Thanks for that thing. I am not covering live view today because I don't know enough about it, but I think that's enough for Qwik. Just know that they're going to work on some of the gaps as well as like stabilizing. Like shouldn't be understated that I would be very surprised if Qwik doesn't 1.0 in 2023. I should just put that in stabilize for 1.0. I think they thought that their beta period was going to be pretty short and that they might even 1.0 towards the end of this year. But I think like all of us, when you try and introduce a MetaFramework, you start finding real bugs. And since the fate of Qwik and Qwik City are kind of tied together like that, I imagine it will take Qwik City's stabilization for Qwik's stabilization to happen. That's my hot pick or take. Not hot take, but that's where I'm thinking. Okay, let's talk Astro. Astro was my pick for 2023, right? Did you not? It's an interesting one because these other ones are frameworks, and they have MetaFrameworks built on top of them. Astro is a MetaFramework. It's an agnostic one. So, like, I haven't forgotten any other framework, have I? Like, this is the worst thing. Yeah, I covered Fresh because I was doing Preact. I always forget Fresh. Everyone's like, what have you done this year? And it's like Fresh. I always forget Fresh. It's a poly framework. It's not meta, it's poly. Yeah, okay, we need a new term for it. Oh, yeah. The Qwik React thing. Yeah, and there's going to be more of that, actually. You're right. Let me add that Qwik React thing in here. Because there's Qwik Solid, too. Could you call it Qwikify? I guess that's kind of like the obvious name for it. Part of me wonders where they got it from. I guess that's like the obvious name. Because, see, I made demos showing how to put React and Solid together about 2 or 3 years ago. I've worked on it recently, and I'm going to show that in a little bit. But in my demo, I called the functions Reactify and Solidify, and I got the idea because of Solidify, because I was thinking it was a joke because it's like take React code and solidify it, by turning it to solid. I'm not sure if they like saw that at all, but yeah. I love Solid. The best thing about Solid's name is like the puns, right? Like it's never ending. Like the application, like the fact that you could take a React component and solidify it. Anyway. In any case, yeah, they're working on getting other frameworks in because they can kind of act like a meta framework like Astro. So that's kind of like of interest in them because one path is you can keep. And if you think about the containers and the micro front ends, Qwik is thinking big. They're thinking enterprise. You can tell. They're thinking about like move to Qwik and then serve your old stuff underneath Qwik. Because Qwik you get the value of Qwik mostly when it's the orchestrator. You could put anything inside Qwik and get a bit of Qwik's value from it. So putting Qwik inside other things doesn't make sense. You don't get any of the value or the benefit. So that's why they're working on this kind of thing. Because like if they have a good solution for micro front ends, then you can run part of your app your main app can be Qwik, and now you can run your old React app inside of it. And Qwikify lets you do that maybe if you want to take some stuff from the ecosystem. Sure, you'll be paying the full cost of React once the component loads, but at least you'll be able to like use this stuff. And that's kind of where they're focusing on because they like on the scale of like MetaFramework to core framework. If you ever talk to Mishko, he wishes he could spend more time on the MetaFramework side. They don't really care about the renderer. They don't care about. It's less important to them to worry about like the details of how things render, the composition of reactivity, and all that kind of stuff. He was very much more concerned with like how do we get this partiality, controlling the bundler, like loading the JavaScript, that kind of stuff. He didn't really care how that kind of worked in. Qwikify turns React to strings on the server, but you can also run React components in the browser like Astro, to my understanding. If you don't do that, sure, then you don't have to ship React. But my understanding is that you still have to hydrate a React component if you actually want to do the React thing with it. Yeah, and that's an interesting because like building like a React compat. Well, it doesn't really work like that. To actually have React compat, you have to build React compat. So like you're kind of the best you could do is build something that's like Preact, but even Preact doesn't have perfect React compat. Yeah, but okay. So you're using React as a design system. Like the logic is valuable there. Right? Like like for example, like things around accessibility. A lot of it is encoded into the HTML, but a lot of it actually requires JavaScript to actually do the accessibility. And a lot of those libraries like React Area and whatever, they're actually doing a lot of important JavaScript things to ensure accessibility. React as the design tool it's I guess if you're like pulling stuff in from Figma and like if you're a builder and you're like a CMS and stuff, but like it's like if that's what you're doing, it's the wrong tool for the job. Yeah. As I can see where that's coming from, especially when you consider the CMS angle of that with Builder, but like at that point, like you're hoping people get to mitosis and they just like they're just not there. Yeah, they have mitosis for that. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly where I was getting to. Yeah. Yeah, it's the JSX, right? And this is why, again, people have had a really easy time porting certain libraries across between Solid and React and whatnot. Okay, and Astro is built on JSX as well. And yeah, if we're going to talk about Astro has a few really great frameworks for it. It has Preact. It has Solid. It has Svelte to the little green, and X Element. I mean, you could use other stuff with Astro. You could do whatever the hell you want with Astro. That's why it's kind of cool. But from my perspective, when you talk about Astro, you really talk about the small things. So this is usually the thing. Preact is the obvious choice for anyone moving from Next and React codebases. Solid has been the obvious choice for anyone who just wants to use Astro for Astro's sake. We've been seeing a ton of this. NordVPN rebuilt their site on Solid or Astro with Solid Islands. This is a very, very popular combination. Svelte is if you hate JSX. It's a good option. And then X Element, I'm going to throw this in a little shout out to, I hope I got the name right with X Element, but to Fuzzy. It's essentially like, it almost feels like it's kind of feels like web components a little bit, but it's not web components. It's basically using Astro's own templating as a way of injecting JavaScript. So it feels like very Astro native. And if you're like a vanilla JS kind of person and you really want to like minimize, like you don't need a JavaScript framework and you just want to use Astro for what it is, because here's the thing you gotta understand. Astro is a language. It is a framework. People like focus on the fact that it can do all the islands, but if you write Astro code properly, the size of your solid islands should be very, very small. The majority of your code should be Astro code. So Astro code is a real thing. And for that reason, X Element is a way of almost like feeling kind of like native Astro. Because it just sits right in the templating and it feels kind of natural. So like, you can obviously use Astro to do what someone mentioned, fat islands, and like nest a spa inside Astro and do that. But I'm just saying like, that's part of the versatility and power of Astro as a project. But it's like, you have to understand that Astro also is its own identity and its own thing. I tried to tell the Astro guys this like really early on, and I don't know if any of them got what I was talking about. I was like, you guys are like, but it's because I'd seen Marko, and Marko and Astro have a lot in common. They both HTML first. You just write HTML, you just author, and then you add bits of interactivity to it. Like little islands, so to speak. Astro and Marko feels very similar to Astro. No one really appreciated it at its time. And in a sense, for adoption standpoints, JSX is just a better language for that. Not for every million things Marko wants to accomplish, but for people just being able to jump in, it's a better language for that. Astro was, I told you it was my pick for 2022 because it was just an easy win. It's not easy for like the Astro team when you're like close to it and you're like looking and competing with Next and all that. But for Astro's use case, it's just like, why aren't you using it? Like it's like, and I loved how they narrowed their advertising that way. They're like, look, if you're building a big complex app, maybe don't use us. But like, let's face it, most sites are sites. So like, like most things out there are sites. Astro is just like an easy choice for anyone kind of doing this stuff. Plus, if your project, like there's a hidden one here. I didn't put it in. There's a hidden one. React is actually really big for Astro here because I think the real key here you got to kind of think about is if you want to use Astro for your content site and you already have your app in React, Astro lets you now share components between that. You know what I mean? Like, and bridge that gap. So like there is this option. But so Astro probably generally this is how you kind of see it. And actually over time, I actually think this one's less relevant here, especially with the release of SvelteKit, even though Astro does certain things much better than SvelteKit does. For those use cases, it really does start to kind of look like without this and basically this. This is kind of Astro. So let's talk about the future of Astro then. Let's continue. So what are we looking for in 2023 from Astro? Well, I mean, they had an amazing 2022. They added SSR support. They did that. They added a lot of interesting things that I know Astro's playing around with. Forms. I don't know what the solution is going to be here, but they are definitely looking at forms. They've seen Remix, they've seen Solid Start, they've seen SvelteKit. They're looking at they've looked at all. If you look at Ben Holmes' tweets, he was gushing over forms for all three of those frameworks incrementally as it helped form his picture of what form solution should look like. So I expect to see something more on forms. Do you disagree? Like, it's funny because I got Maple here, so yeah. See, because the things they want and they're interested in are a little bit different than the other frameworks. Where I'm talking more about I'm talking about technology. Someone talking about like CMS integrations are obvious, but I'm talking about like feature technology thing. Another thing. I don't know, but I saw the Astro guys drooling over my movies demo. This one's a bit of a long shot. I've been bugging them for a while, but I think this is kind of part of the conversation here. They toyed with turbo links. The library that Solid Island Router uses for diffing was written by a core team member of Astro, by Nate. They're part of the same story, but yes, they are very much, because if forms are a navigation technique, then like routing and forms are not independent of each other. Yes, that's what you followed up with. It's interesting because the transition API for client side has been experimental. I've recently seen there's been movement on the MPA side, but I'm a performance nut. I think we're going to use that API, but I'm not sure that it actually addresses like all the performance issues. This just handles the smoothness. Like, I actually don't have a problem with MPA navigations. I think when you have streaming, they're actually pretty smooth. They actually look a lot like a single page app. But yeah, I don't think the transition API gets rid of the need for hybrid routing. Currently trying to implement Spotlight, page managing in Astro, and running into I mean, if the problem is if you do SPA page navigations in Astro, it should be for client rendering. If you're trying to like server rendering into the TurboLinks thing, it's complicated. It's more complicated than this, but I am very much talking to Fred in that because Astro's wins on DX have definitely influenced Solid's perspective on what server components should look like. But yeah, I feel like these are the two things I want to see. I know they have probably a whole list of things that they're working on. I know that these are part of the conversation, so I'm not speaking about this just being like what I want to see. I know that these are considerations and things I'd be looking out for. These things are generally thought to be not doable together. That's why that's why it's been so hard to do this right, and that's why we haven't seen this kind of routing until the stuff that we've been doing with Solid Start and React, really. I mean, there's the big page style stuff that you see with like TurboLinks, but when you're talking about laying a declarative JavaScript framework over it, it's a little bit more complicated. But yes, these things are at odds with each other. Okay. I think that's Astro. So what's left? Well, I got one more special mention because if I go back to the article, we didn't talk about Edge too much. I meant to do this on the technology side, but I got sidetracked. All I'm going to say, on the Edge side of stuff, is that other than like some big players like Next.js, which have their Edge solution, which they've been working on, most of the frameworks like work on every Edge provider. Like they've just built their stuff off the web response model, right? So this is kind of like everywhere. The challenge right now is most MetaFrameworks you deploy to a single Edge function, and Edge functions have size constraints, and big, and also the bigger any serverless function gets, you have cold start considerations, which makes it a little bit tricky because sure, we're making great Hacker News demos, but like let's face it, like a huge app might still be very huge on a single function. So, and the second tier problem is data, because I know there's stuff like, was it R2 or I can't remember the name. What the Cloudflare is working on like SQL databases at the edge and other type of databases at the edge, and like why is it not? There's another one. There's two projects that's just slipping my mind right now. D1. There's like D1 and R2. Is there an R2? Am I just thinking R2D2? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I know about the KV stores. It was D1 and R2 that I was specifically talking about. But like, even with that, there's industries, there's situations you can't put your data at the edge. It just does not make sense. I worked in education for like a decade, like never happening, never ever happening. So we have to think about like where the processing is. Put database at a data center, site at the edge. How do you best respond? How do you handle it? And I think the answer to this is monolithic authoring with the ability to break up deployments and stuff like the build API from Vercel, helps with this, the file system routing kind of things. But I think that this is still manual. I expect work being done at a certain point on frameworks to kind of automate this ability to split and deploy across. Because like there's one approach, a very manual, like micro front ends approach, which kind of could work, for some things, and it's what big enterprise is going to do. But you do that for organizational reasons. You do that because your company is too large and it's hard to coordinate teams and stuff. You don't do micro front ends for performance. You know, it's like that. It doesn't benefit you. I'm talking about from a performance standpoint. I want the pairing of kind of the benefit of monolithic art authoring with being able to split stuff out in an effective way on the infrastructure for performance reasons. And I think that's a gap. I don't know what that looks like. I'm being completely hypothetical, but I want to mention that the edge we see today is barely tapping into what we can do. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just not. It's going to happen for a few lucky people. Yeah. So like, I didn't mention this anymore. I should have just. This is one of those like throwaway comments, where we're just talking about the edge. But reason I want to come back here is in my article I brought up 3 last topics on technology, and their proximity to JS frameworks. Strings. How do nodes being represented on the server? Are they represented on the server much different than DOM, VDOM? Yeah, considerably actually. We just compile the strings and we add the strings up, and we don't create the whole VDOM structure, which is why Solid has such incredibly fast server-side rendering. There's Svelte does this as well in that, yeah, this is one of the reasons. We basically, when you're already doing kind of special compilation, it doesn't take very long to just do a slightly different compilation for a different target. So that was the approach. So frameworks that do this string type rendering, and actually Preact added this string type rendering, I think, recently. I haven't seen it's funny, the benchmarks didn't really move much. I don't know if they added to Preact, but they've definitely experimented with it. What I'm getting at is this kind of string based server side rendering is much faster than the VDOM. So on the server. Right. So yeah, so we already talked about web components. I'm just bringing this up again because I like laughing at my own jokes. Because literally, I kid you not, the day after I post this article, will 223 be the year of web components? And I said, well, I was likely to be the year of the Linux desktop. Take that how you will, because I understand some people think it will be. There's literally like something where they're like 2023, the year of the Linux desktop. And I read the article because I thought it was kind of funny. And like I don't know, maybe it was the most convincing article that I've seen. 20 years of articles, yeah. You know, yeah, it's, you know, we'll see. The next thing that that I wanted to talk about, actually before that, AI and no code, because you know everyone's been talking about this, and especially because you know the reason it comes up to me is because there's like a bunch of like framework, you know, people are like, oh yeah, I'm not going to move off React until the AI, you know, comes in and like starts writing code for me. Because like they're basically saying React will be the last framework of its type because nothing will migrate or move because like the AI will be writing the code for you. You know, obviously that's not happening next year, but I just wanted to again point out, I actually think even though it's not there yet, an interesting use of AI is people using it for code mods and migrations. I've seen a lot of work on some companies and some like groups and using it to like migrate between like Next, like different versions of Next, like minor versions, and helping these kind of things. So I don't know, maybe those people who are waiting on AI to, you know, move, you know, frameworks, well, maybe the AI will just move the frameworks for them. I don't know. That. Finally, WebAssembly. I don't think that's a hot take, but for some parties it is. I kind of started this role a little bit. I don't know if you remember. I didn't start it because I didn't write it, but Greg from Leptos and this actually spare QR thing both showed up in the JS Framework benchmark very, very recently. Sycamore has been here for like a year or so, but Leptos showed up. And being someone who sits there and follows the JS Framework benchmark, I saw it immediately. And I went on Twitter and I shared with everyone how Leptos had basically caught up to solid on client-side render performance. So yeah, let's talk. I've got one more category here on JS frameworks, and even though it's not JS exactly, let's talk Leptos, Sycamore, WASM in general. I'm making a funny note here about the MetaFramework thing, because for those who aren't aware, Leptos did not only recreate solid, essentially, in Rust. Leptos recreated solid start in Rust as well. They have server functions, and like, I found this incredibly amusing, and they have the progressive enhanced forms and the whole thing. And I actually think the progressive enhancement in a WASM setup is actually way more impressive and useful, because WASM, unfortunately, as of today, still has a long loading time. You're not going to be using it to build your e-commerce site. But the fact that it works with no JavaScript for a bit, or no WASM loaded, is actually quite novel and quite powerful. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think that progressive enhancement is at all a replacement for hydration. But the fact that, like, I don't know how it scales exactly, because I know the components do get larger, but like, I looked at the JS Framework benchmark on size and stuff, and I'm like, this is like no worse than React. So like, if Remix thinks that progressive enhancement, is good enough, maybe you could make that argument for Leptos. It's like, so in general, no, I don't think 2023 is the year of WASM frameworks, even though they've done an incredible job now of closing the gap. And the thing is, the incredible job has been done by the community largely. It's not actually the spec getting better, or like there's all those things that have been promised that like they've been waiting on for like improving WASM performance haven't actually arrived yet. They're still waiting on several of them. Being able to get past some of like the awkwardness of the communication and the bindings. I don't know the details there, so I'm not gonna get too much into it. But the thing is, others have worked around it, recognizing the bottlenecks on the solutions there are today, and basically finding other ways to leverage the stuff without waiting for like the WASM spec to move. And it started, as I said, with stuff like Leptos, which showed if you took fine-grained reactivity and applied it, basically as they remake solid in Rust, it way outshoots stuff like U and like the stuff that was based on React. See, like, you could argue they just were using the wrong thing as the model. Like, why were they basing it on that? Interestingly enough, that like, yeah, this isn't the whole story, but sorry, I don't know if I'm going to pull it up right now. Probably not. It's okay. Interestingly enough, with the whole WASM thing, is someone, yeah, I mean, but it's like slower than Inferno or Preact is what I'm getting at. Like I don't know if they copied React exactly, but like it's where I'm getting to. I'm gonna break one of my own rules, but one of my own rules is I never talk about a framework that claims fast benchmark performance that doesn't officially submit to the benchmark. I've seen too many frameworks do that and just fail the test and not be doing it right, or like this worked on my machine type syndrome, and then we get really disappointed, right? Stuff like Million.js or whatever. Like even some of the hype around like stuff like Preact signals, right? And then you're kind of like, oh, it's not actually that fast. And I don't like that, but today this is going to make my point, so I'm going to break that rule. I don't know why they haven't submitted yet, but there's another Rust framework called what is it called? I can't freaking Dioxys or something. Dioxys. I'm just gonna type it in chat and you guys can tell me how this pronounce it. Like, what is this? And it's a virtual DOM framework. Dioxys, yeah. Yeah. It's a virtual DOM framework that claims to have matched Leptos basically on performance. And they did it in two ways. They use something that's lower level than Rust bindgen, which is the Rust runtime, like the vanilla JS. That's specially optimized around string handling. And the second thing they do is they do template cloning with a VDOM. So it's kind of like block DOM for people who are familiar with this stuff. My understanding is actually they combine it also with something similar to what Mikado or Sinuous does. And if that is the case, they would get flagged as one of the flags on the benchmark is like not quite following the rules. But I think, actually Mikado got out of it, so maybe it would work. But essentially, where they do one-to-one bindings, so like your data is tied to your DOM element directly, and it's not like data driven. It's like locked. It's sort of like cheating the benchmark a bit. But my point is, my understanding is that they showed a virtual DOM implementation in Rust that also gets up to the front. So it's not just, it is possible with the right sort of tweaks, in the same way we see in JavaScript, that virtual DOM and reactivity can both be very fast. They're showing that virtual DOM can be fast in Rust as well. So that's interesting. So I all of this doesn't change the fact that Rust is kind of clunky to load into the browser. So like you gotta like love Rust or love these things to really like use them for much right now. Like I wouldn't like, you wouldn't like build your website with this when the JS options generally are going to be better for some of those like loading time considerations and like just that kind of piece. And but for specific projects, I mean, we're gonna have to see in terms of the size and the loading pieces. Stuff like Leptos probably compares really favorably against React. Well, I'm sorry, when I'm talking loading, I'm talking about like hydration and like that side and right. No, I'm not going to talk about you specifically. I mean, I just wanted to give the Rust stuff a bit of a shout out and talk about the ones that like the progress that's been made in 22, 23. What I expect in 23 is that people like Primogen, like after I made that tweet where I showed the performance thing, I was like straight up, I like flagged Primogen. I'm like, this is the framework you're looking for. And I tipped him off to Leptos. And people like him are going to take that to the next level, start using it, showcasing it. Greg's going to keep on working on it. It's going to mature. And I expect to start seeing kind of maturity and like these things being like a niche, but like quite usable solution as they work out these patterns. And I don't expect much in the way of adoption outside of that niche anytime in the near future. But I think maybe by the end of 2023, these Rust frameworks will be legitimate enough that they won't be laughed out of the room. I feel like no one could take them seriously to this point, and I'm very impressed with the work that's gone in. Yeah, like maybe on the next spec, and like this waiting on standards is what is where kind of like why web components are where they are today. I don't trust it. I'm actually stoked that the community around WASM has stepped up so much, like, and been like, look, this is a bottleneck, but let's work around it, creative with their solutions. All right, I think that's it for the framework side of things, right? we talked about all the major frameworks that I wanted to talk about. We talked about the technologies involved. We didn't really talk too much about movement and async consistency. Kind of going back to this, like we talked about update models, about signals and whatnot, and I think my previous stream is the best if you just want to understand how this impacts rendering. We talked about view. We talked about string rendering came up a bit here just now. We talked about edge, caching, streaming a little bit. I think we're going to see more solutions to streaming this year. We talked about hydration, compilation, a little bit about TypeScript and tool integrations. Only thing I didn't talk about today was async consistency and suspense. Most of that work happened a couple years ago. The only reason that I'm bringing it up is I think it's a very important area that some frameworks aren't really acknowledging exists yet, and I think they're in for more of an awakening as they kind of work through these new areas that they're taking on as they're expanding more into the different patterns around server rendering and hydration. I think there are some good solutions. I think some are maybe too complicated the way they are today. One of the interesting observations that I have for you all today on that side is like suspense is an inversion of control trick, right? You throw a promise up to a boundary and then it like re-renders. At least that's the way it works in React. And what we're seeing with and React, what they were thinking very much originally was that they're going to have a primitive that they could kind of pass around and going to get more granular on where they knew where the reads were, so that they could like, it's not about where you create the resources, so to speak. It's about where you read from them. And what we see with server components is just like async await. So there is movement on this side in patterns, because on the server you don't care about that because like as much because no one's seeing the intermediate results. In the browser, while you're awaiting that promise, the world moves on. Things progress. You have to show UI. Async await is a very blocking, abrupt pattern for something that represents concurrency. But on the server, no one sees what you don't render. So like you can just async await it. You know, that being said, waterfalls are a real thing. So like you should be doing stuff in parallel. So I think that I'm mentioning async consistency here because mostly because of the mental reconciliation between async models between server and client side rendering. And this is a very technical topic. I just wanted to point it out that I do think we'll see more movement and thought here in the 2023. Yeah, someone's asking about seeing stuff direct and DOM manipulate. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of standards and things that they're working towards standardizing on how to do a lot of this stuff. So the performance definitely could get better. It's very cool that the way that the WASM developers have kind of worked around it. Yeah, and yeah, it is interesting because the way it's funny. Someone asked me on the chat of my last stream. They're like, they said something along the lines of like, why are all the frameworks like not good at async except for Qwik? And I was like, where did you get that idea from? And then I stopped and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure Misco has said something like this before, and it's not really accurate. And so I kind of launched into a description of how async works in the other frameworks, and it's largely like the thing is, Qwik's still kind of working out the patterns here, but largely what they do is they let you write your code almost like it's synchronously happening, and then if it's async, it just works. So like the async is built into the component model, kind of like the server model we were talking about. The challenge with that, as I mentioned, is it's not concurrent natively, right? So it's like you have to think about what happens with Qwik is like you click a button and it hasn't loaded the code yet. Well, it has to then go load the code, and if it's there, then it gets pretty quick, but it's still async. And if it's not there, then you have to wait for it. So it treats those as the same thing, which means that every, say, button click is actually async and quick. Like every single place that it's broken has to be async because it could be async. So in that sense, they do have to get in consideration, but it becomes a much harder challenge when you have to think about how to handle concurrency and the fact that like while this is happening, you want to show a loading state, but that loading state hasn't loaded yet. So you're waiting, like figuring out how to actually handle consistency and concurrency becomes tricky in this. And what I was saying is that a lot of frameworks, their solution to it is move things back into the synchronous state, which is where they care, right? They care about synchronous we're all about keeping everything in sync with the data. So essentially, turn async back into a primitive, almost like a signal. That's one way. The other way is bail out until you're ready, which is what like React does with suspense. But essentially, you need a mechanism to kind of interact with that asynchronicity immediately in order for these kind of solutions to work. And that's why I'm talking about suspension transitions. These are actually fairly good solutions to these problems because they acknowledge asynchronicity in a way that they step outside of it. Like it's like either by, as I said, like the way Solid does it, where it converts it into a synchronous time and gives, you know, proper blockers or state to represent it, or React does where they use the handler render. If you just kind of like blindly handle async, you like, sure, it can work, but not in a way that makes sense for a user interface. It might not even be blocking, but it's blocking. If you don't handle it the right way, it's like blocking in a different sense. It's not like blocking up the CPU thread. It's just not letting anything else happen at the same time. Anyway, that was my little async rant. React throw everything TM. It's part of like re-render everything. It's and I don't say that in a sarcastic way though, because it's like you can always throw it away and start over. You know, it's like when you have a computer issue, turning it on and off again is often the most effective way of handling it. If you do not use the suspense tag with route loaders, then it waits on the previous page. No, we do use the suspense tag. What you're seeing is the router has transitions baked in, and because it has transition baked in, it actually renders the next page off screen, keeps the current page in screen. You have the ability by using like isRouter to actually update. Like the page on screen is still live while it's concurrently rendering the next page. And then it doesn't show the content until the next page is ready. These kind of patterns, like you can play with it. You can like put nested suspense boundaries and go, wait for this, but not this. These kind of patterns and understanding of treating async as a range of your view or template is a very powerful, because it mirrors the way you think about UI. It mirrors the way like that things are kind of like ergonomic, like because you're now co-locating that consideration with your view code. You can go like, yes, I want to wait for like this part of the page is related to this stuff. I want to wait there, but not wait for this, and let that, like, you can kind of choose, like, you can kind of control this aspect. And the same applies for streaming as well. Isn't there a term for this? Immediate mode versus retained mode or something? Yeah, and a lot of game devs do like that kind of mentality. The problem is, like, it's just not, the DOM is not a cheap abstraction. So like, I guess a virtual DOM is a cheaper abstraction, but like, yeah. Okay. All right. Are we ready for maybe this week in JavaScript? Let me kind of switch everything around. Give me a couple seconds here while I adjust my stuff. Looks like I got a few notifications. It's been a couple weeks, hasn't it? Okay. Sorry, give me 2 seconds while I just kind of queue up with this. I'm going to start here for that tab, just a second. How's everyone doing? You guys still alive? Yeah, we're getting towards the end of the stream now where we talk about stuff. And the funny thing is I don't have a lot of time. I knew the framework conversation would take a decent chunk of time here. So I think most of my big headlines I can get off the solid one, funnily enough. Yeah, do. And one more. All right. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Let me just reset everything. All right. Need to grab a little bit of water. I should check up on Twitch chat. You guys still live? Sometimes I don't get to see the stuff. Mostly first time chatters telling me how awesome React is. Don't have to convince me. Oh, I missed an interesting question in the middle of the R2 thing about to explain the difference between Jotai and solid signals. And the signals are close to MobX than Jotai for scientific reasons. I don't have time to get into that today. I talked about it in the last stream, the one when I talked about reactivity and rendering. So, yeah. It might have not been 30 minutes, but yeah, knowing me, it probably would have been 30 minutes. Yeah. The solid puns write themselves. They do. It's not something I can get mad about or like whatnot. Okay. So, okay. All right. Oh, yeah. I would love to talk to Daishi or... All right, let's just do this. Banners. All right. It's been a bit of a break over Christmas, so let's talk about this week in JavaScript. For this week in JavaScript, there's a bunch of unrelated things. A lot of hot takes kind of flying around on the internet. I just picked a few things that that I thought were interesting to kind of talk about today. And I'm actually going to start before Christmas because we haven't streamed for a while. And I just wanted to pull something out for people just because even me as a React dev, and I figured this audience would especially appreciate this. Does anyone know what this actually logs? I did not know the correct answer to this, and I had to test it a few times. But this does not log what people would expect, because you see something that is uState 0, so it's rendering. Then it goes to the effect, obviously, so it renders everything. So render 0, then it does the effect, set count 1, which then causes a re-render. which causes rendering to happen again, right? And then you have use state, and then you get to the effect again, obviously, and then it sets count to 1 again, and it's already 1, so that should be the end of the story, right? So you'd think it would be rendering effect, but as Maple points out, it's rendering effect, rendering. This is not strict mode. This is literally just how React does. Because of some cases, it can't know that setting the same value is sufficient stopper. It actually goes and renders everything a third time, but doesn't run the effects on them. It basically bails out early when it gets that component, and it goes, oh, yes, in fact, nothing has changed. But it has to double check that nothing has changed. So an effect causing a re-render, like causing a state update in React, and this is not even an effect. This is true with an event handler too. If setting the same state in React is not free, it can lead to two. It can basically render 1.5 more times. I figured people in the stream would appreciate this, because I did not realize this. I assumed, like most people, it'd be rendering effect, but it does render a third time. So it's initial, re-render because of update, and then re-render just cause. So if you, I don't want to think about strict mode. Does it render like 6 times or 5 times? I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, that was the point, I guess, because it sets the same value. That was the point. But yeah, I mean, it's a primitive value. It's like a 1. It shouldn't change. But I actually tried this with an event handler and saw the same double render. Like without the effect here, just picture if it's like a button, you press click. Press click. I mean, I don't have it. Sorry, I jumped into the thread. I didn't mean to. If you had a button here that you press click on, it will, if you ignore the initial render, it will then go rendering. Yeah. So in any case, I know, weird way to start this week in JavaScript, but it was just like, this has got to be one of the weirdest Reactisms. Yeah, I'm not going to talk too much about my hope for TypeScript. We already talked about this article. Today's stream was largely about the content of this article. Only thing I want to say is, and I think I mentioned earlier in the stream, somehow this article that was inspired by Theo asking me, what my best article was this year, ended up being my most viewed article that I've ever written. So there you go. What about weird solidisms? Let me see. I'll bite. Interesting solid.js quirk. When making a library for other libraries, you must specify as an external dependency or else... Oh. I mean, this is true of every JavaScript framework, though. Like, more so Solid stops being reactive because the compiler, like the compiled JSX is different than the runtime, but having multiple versions of the framework interacting on the same portion of code is going to always cause weirdness and double your bundle size. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I thought there was something real. Moving on. Yeah, we have dev mode warnings. I don't know. I guess it's a production build. Yeah, dev mode, it warns you about this. Okay. Where was I? Moving on. No, not this one. We'll get there. Sorry. My whole screen jumped. I mean, dev mode exists everywhere. It just depends on if you turn it on or not. If the app, it's probably for the app, I guess. When the app is running, it will see that there's two versions of solid and complain at you. When you're writing the library, it's not going to be able to tell because there's only one version of solid there. Yeah, I mean, okay. Someone could probably submit an issue or something. The code is very specific. Like it literally checks the global, and if it's there, it basically errors. I've seen the warning multiple times debugging people's stuff. Moving on. More Theo stuff, hey? Theo did his award show which is very, I don't know how to put it, inbred award show in terms of all his takes, T3 community. It was a really cool idea because a really good chance to celebrate people involved around the community for T3 and the incredible work that community has done. Because you remember, he did not create T3 app. He just said, hey, I'd like stuff, like this, and this. And people actually went and built it. So his way of kind of giving them recognition was really clever. And I quite enjoyed it. Actually watched it with the whole family, which was kind of fun on YouTube. And yeah, really super stoked to see. Special shout out to Nikhil getting nominated for Contributor of the Year, and JavaScript Framework of the Year for Solid.js was amazing. All right, let's switch over to Solid.js for a bit. There was a bit of Solid.js stuff over the last couple weeks. Storybook looks like I've had trouble with Storybook over time. Apparently someone has gotten it working properly, so pretty stoked on that. Did I retweet that twice? That's how stoked I am about it. I literally retweeted it twice. Okay. Coming up, if you're in the area, Solid.js Miami meetup. Yeah, January 25th, Solid.js meetup in Miami. Who's going? David's going. I do not believe I'm going to this one. I'm actually speaking at another conference in the morning, but it's an online one. But yeah, it's put on with Boomy. So some of you guys might know Dax from the community. He's putting it on. Usually these are about a month and a half. This one got posted December 29th. Yeah, it's usually about a month. Where are we going here? Here's another cool one. Remix router done with Solid.js. I thought this was cool. I've talked about how difficult this would be, but people kind of misunderstand it. It's not necessarily, it's doable. I'm more talking about the fact that Solid's paradigms makes me not want to write a router in this fashion, but I think that it existing is very cool, and I'm glad that people are excited to do this. Another huge one from the creator of Create JD app, our T3 app port. We now have Solid start auth which is basically a port of Next auth. They kind of broke it out before the holidays, and they announced that they had support for Next, obviously in SvelteKit. Solid Start also uses Next auth, right? So this is huge. He's been killing it. He's actually now part of he's part of the ecosystem on Discord. Another one of those really smart kids. I can't wait to see what he builds next, honestly. Yeah. Another one. We've been waiting for this. Cobalt, a library for unstyled components for building accessible web application systems. I love the responses to this. People talking about Tailwind. You rename Solid Area project to Cola, or are these two projects different? It's different. Solid Area is a set of primitives. Cola is more like Radix UI in terms of DX. However, both takes are whatever accessibility features from React Aria. I guess it's more like Radix. I'm not as familiar with that, but yeah, what's cool is the doc site was built in Solid Start, and it's completely headless. It's kind of like this design of headless components is too clean. I'm jealous of the Solid JS ecosystem. I think that's funny. But yeah, we're starting to see really good, high quality libraries coming into Solid, and I'm pretty stoked about this. I don't know too much about these kind of systems, but everyone who's looked at it said that this is very, very cool. He's also the creator of Hope UI. Yeah, I don't know the mappings for this stuff. Like when Hope was compared to Chakra, and now this is compared to Radix. It's just because people come by and I'm like, I hand them UI libraries because they're like, oh, where's your component system? And they're like, well, I feel like something more like Mantine, and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe there's a solid Mantine. Maybe it's called like I don't know, sardines or something. Like hopefully we can figure out a way to make our ecosystem more discoverable because it's really cool stuff. It's funny though, we do a lot of effort on this. We have a resources page where we search and we list every project. So if people wonder about the ecosystem, like solidjs.com, ecosystem, packages and resources. Okay. What do I want? Components? Like, I don't... SCD, style, components, emotion. Like, I maybe the search is just, I don't know. Solid UI, solid form handler, blah, blah, blah. I guess the problem, there's like so many libraries to go through that even when, like, I don't know. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe there's just too many solid libraries to go through here. All right. But yeah, very cool stuff. This is another cool one. Sorry, we're just doing the solid strip before we get into some of the more spicier stuff. Derek got solid start running on Bun, and it was significantly faster. For those who were wondering about that, and he was in chat earlier. I don't know if he's still in chat. Was it that one bro or bra? Yeah, he's still there. 434. Yeah, you're still here. We've been kind of bouncing back. Like I was talking about, like how I was frustrated with the streaming performance at various points, and at one point he came in and he was like, Remix actually has their own package instead of using DC or whatever for doing the streams. And I was like looking at it, and I mean the numbers looked impressive, and we were talking about doing a PR, and then what ended up happening was, spawned by this piece of news is Qwik kind of was gushing about Node 18 because Node 18 finally brings all these kind of like web stream stuff into the, like the reason we have all these polyfills and like undc and whatever into the main Node runtime, and they're like, they're so excited about it. I'm like, oh, now we just have to wait for AWS Lambda. Sometimes you make cheeky remarks, and they're really unwarranted, and you look like a fool after. Well, for me, this is one of those remarks, because as I found out is that even before I was paying attention to Node 18, AWS had added support to it. So like, usually I'm used to it taking them like a good year, to get in, and like people are very quick to point out to me, they're like, AWS supports Node 18. And I'm like, what? Like, honestly, every year I went through the cycle for like, I was, when I was working at that startup, because there's always new features. I feel like since Node version 0.06, like I'm talking like a decade of this expectation. This is like the first time that they've like got to it this quick in like 10, it feels like 10 years. So I just assumed, which was stupid of me, and I had to kind of eat my words on that. I apologize. But once that happened, I was like, okay, let's just do it. Let's drop support for Node 16. Like, who cares? Like, Vercel, Netlify, like they're right on the edge of it. I'm sure they'll get there by the time we get out of beta. So we were chatting here, and it was like, okay, he already had the setup. I'm like, can you test Node 18 for me, right? And he tested it, and he's like, yeah, it's better, but the remix stuff is still faster than the Node 18 implementation. Slightly, like 10%. And we're like, okay, well, maybe we'll just do the polyfill anyways. And I guess, I mean, I guess, he was bored and he decided, he's like, oh, let's see what it looks like in Bun. And Bun blew it out of the water. So I don't know. I think this is cool. I think if we could look at getting some kind of setup so we could get this like more than just like allow others to work on Bun. Maybe, I'd be accepting of a PR if it made sense, but this is very, very cool. So thank you very much, Derek. Right. Sorry, it jumped. Twitter likes to jump up now. All right. Oh no, that was my bad. My bad. Couple more pieces of solid news before we kind of get past it here. Tanstack Solid Query 5 is getting dev tools, which is really cool. We can always use more dev tools, so I'm pretty stoked about this. So yeah, now when you use Tanstack Query with V5, you're going to have dev tools, which is very, very cool. Okay. Okay, I think I'm off that. Let's move forward. All right. I'm gonna actually go to the bookmarks now. Let's talk about a few other things. I forget if I talked about this on stream before. This was amusing, but I don't think it's important. I want to talk about personnel changes. Over the new year is often when people actually move between projects, and I think we've had a few interesting moves, people that we watch on the stream because they were doing really impactful stuff in the community. And one of those is Hux Pro, or I'm sure if I say his name correctly. I think it's like Shun. But the truth of the matter is, I mention his name every single solid talk because it's part of my World Beyond Components talk for his work in React Forget. This is the guy who headed up the original React Forget compiler project. He's left Meta. And I think from the sound of it, he's actually left, because he's not working for Meta, he can't work on the closed sourced part of it anymore. So he's actually kind of left the project a little bit. So Forget is in good hands as we now have a team behind it. I already knew that and mentioned it perhaps on stream, but this is like more confirmation. There is a team of individuals working on the React compiler. It's not just like an offshoot like project of one person. We don't see this as much externally because the core team is kind of like the external facing part, and we only ever see like a couple people, and they kind of dwindled in size the last few years. But now, from my understanding, Meta has several teams working on particular parts of React that don't get the public facing part of it. Well, the core team has kind of been more distributed between companies like Next and Replay. So this is interesting anyways, because I don't know what Hux Pro is going to do next, but and it says I'm looking forward to continuing to work with the team when it's open sourced, but essentially there is a team working on the compiler officially here, and we're going to see how that goes. Another interesting Meta thing. I think Meta's stock's been hitting a bit of a hard place and people are looking for their new options or whatnot. Dominic Ganaway, some of you might be familiar with him on the stream because he is the creator of Inferno. He's also the creator of one of the creators. I don't know, one of the primary creators behind Lexical and the text editor. And after he joined Meta back in 2016 or 2017, around then, right after Inferno 1.0 went out and it like made waves. And he actually dropped working on Inferno to work at Meta, stopped supporting it, and the project continued on without him. But he's now leaving Meta 6 years later, and it took a few months, but he actually it didn't take a few months. Sorry, no, my bad. I've known this for a while. That's probably why. He posts that one day, and then on the next day he posts what he's doing next. He's joining Bloomberg. Bloomberg Terminal is based on Chromium, so the UI is nearly all DOM rendering. I'm working on the JS infrastructure to make Terminal blazingly flat or blazing fast. So he's up to his performance game again. He's going to be working on the terminal for Bloomberg, which is interesting because I also know that he has aspirations a bit to get back in the JS framework game, and it's interesting how much a lot of our thinking is aligned. I've been talking to him and seeing that because he's very much on reactivity, more on the pull side, and because in his mind, a virtual DOM is the holes in the JSX, so to speak, which is basically what reactivity is. So our idea of virtual DOM and reactive context is almost identical. So I think it's interesting, and I think this is a very interesting, tough performance challenge for him, and I think he's gonna love it. So I think this is awesome. Oh, wow! Viewership just spiked. Did I miss a raid? I did get raided. Sorry, I'm never looking at Twitch chat. I am just talking about what's been going on with This Week in JavaScript. Sorry, for some reason I missed the raid, so I don't actually even... Why am I so blind? I usually can see the raid. Well, thanks for joining me. I've been talking about JavaScript Frameworks, and yeah, it's because I stream from StreamYard. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I'm talking about news in JavaScript for the last. We did the stream on JavaScript Frameworks, talking about like what they look into 2023 and latest trends, and now we're talking about hot takes and what's going on in JavaScript. This past few weeks, and the next one we're talking about, I want to talk about Bun, and I love. For those of you who don't know, this is Fabio, creator of Vobi, very active speaker in our community Discord. One of our local reactivity experts, framework guys. He's often in our chat here. He kind of stirred up a bit of a storm here because Jared added punning, which is a shorthand of compiling boop to boop, as he says here, to Bun. I think a while ago, I remember Jared talking about this with me like in September. Or, I don't know if he had added it yet, but he essentially had added this, and Fabio went into the TypeScript or GitHub and was like, "Hey, you guys should support the typing of the JSX shorthand." Which is a very aggressive move. See, a lot of times we don't, like, I would have loved to add this feature, but I didn't with Solid. It wouldn't be that hard to patch Babel, but the standard exists because all the tooling is based on it, like Prettier and code highlighting and, like TextMate grammars and like there's a whole bunch of tooling around this. I did a whole stream on that back. You should watch if you're interested in what it takes to build a language in JavaScript. I had one of the creators of Marko, or maintainers of Marko, Dylan Piercy, go lead us through that. So it's funny how many thumbs up this has. Like, this is just the JSX standard kind of feels like it's been dead for like a decade. Like, this is one of the most requested features, and the issue's been open since like 2000, 2013 or no 14 2014 for this particular issue. And it's funny because like no one wants to move because you like break TypeScript, you break something else, and Jared's just like, who cares, I'm just gonna do it, if not me, who's gonna do it, right? And sorry, I'm not ready for that take yet. And so he did, and a lot of people reacted kind of negatively to this one. Yeah, some people positively, but this was a hot one. Remember the time when React community is constantly buzzed with trying out new ideas and pushing the needle? This absurd over-the-top reaction to this is a sign that that's changed. Unsure whether that's good or bad, but it's definitely different. So Neil's always on point. Let's give that a like. This reads like an Elon tweet with all the controversial discussions. Yeah, someone talking about something they can't do that no one cares about. There's a great discussion in the GitHub to check out too, kind of a back and forth between Seb and Fabio and them involved. But there was a lot of, I'm trying to find some of the bigger retweets. This one. Is this a smart idea? Syntax aside, making your runtime the place where cool stuff happens, but other tools are default not compatible seems risky. Either you force the standard in a new direction or you create a new, smaller ecosystem. Here's the thing. I get Jared here completely. Tooling is supposed to work for you, right? Like that's why you do this. You use tools to make your life easier. At what point do tools become the shackles, right? Like that says, and obviously working on a framework like Solid.js has made this the case for me, right? Because like I'm trying to like push boundaries, and then like TypeScript or Prettier or someone's gonna be like, no, you can't do that. I had this problem early on because I wanted to do a way of indicating in the JSX what was dynamic or not, and I realized I could use parentheses and TypeScript would get past them, but the problem was Prettier would erase them. And basically every kind of time I was trying to toggle to get around stuff, I'd like hit, oh, but this won't work, or this won't work. And at a certain point, you're just like, why aren't these things there like for me? And the problem is, the more useful tools become on a specific path, like the more like valuable they become for like the mainstream path, and the more opinionated they can be. Like Prettier is a perfect example of that. Like we got to a point where it was very cool to have no config. You're like, no, you have to go this way. Because in a sense, that means the tool for that audience is more valuable because it's better at streamlining, right? But on the other hand, it's incredibly restrictive to innovation. And I've spent my whole time in Solid basically fighting tooling. People wonder why I always have like a little chip against TypeScript and all this stuff. It's just because like I'm being told what I can't do, and I don't like being told what I can't do, right? So, pizza's ready apparently. Yeah. What I'm getting at here is, I like that this is like the stupidest little feature that like doesn't even matter. I like what this kicked up, because like this is something people want, but it's also kind of inconsequential. But the amount that it fired up the ecosystem and people talking about this is not minor. And I think that's something that we should really consider when looking at this, right? So yeah, I think I love that this spawned this kind of things, and this isn't like a hit at Matt or anyone else here. It's good to see that people are thinking about this change. I love that Jared pushed the thing. He had more guts than me on that side. I fought this stuff for ages, but like when it comes to the conveniences you find in VS Code, I got beaten down. So this is he's still carrying the torch. I will join him when the opportunity is right. All right. That's my perspective. I know people are like, that's a bad thing. It is kind of a bad thing. There's a reason I didn't do it, but like this is also like kind of great. All right, let's keep on going. What do we got here? Okay, I like this take. We'll leave. I want to end on that one, so let's keep on going. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Okay, cool. Actually, I got a couple more. Okay, Rising Stars of JavaScript is out. So it is. You guys just seriously discussing my pizza? Thank you. Okay, this is out. Also related, Bun had the most stars this year for any JavaScript peripheral repo. Honestly, I think it was the most in a month that these guys had ever seen. It was 20,000 stars in 1 month. The wall curve for this is insane. So, yeah, I mean, they basically went from 0 to like in my opinion, GitHub stars works like levels. You get to certain stages, and then it becomes really hard to burst through the next thing until the project gets to a certain point. Like you kind of like it's a stepped thing. Bun went from like 0 to like as far as you can go for kind of like early adopter kind of range in like a month. That's insane. Like it's hard to get more than 30,000 stars for anything that's kind of like an early adopter phase. And Bun like just straight up did it. Tori gets a good honorable mention here. They had a really good year. But generally speaking, looking at the top 10, there's a couple really ones that surprise me and excite me even more as well, alongside Bun. I knew Bun was going to be here, but just going down here, check this out. TRPC and Astro are very high up on this. They had very good years. Obviously, utility libraries that can be used in every framework have an easier chance, but this is huge. Kind of getting into that list, right? This is also kind of fun. I do want to prefix this, that the value of GitHub stars is mostly a vanity metric, and this is not saying what's the most popular or the best to use, just that this is the thing that has kind of captured the most mind share on a delta, because like over a short period of time. So it's like it's a hype metric essentially. And if you look at it, things are changing if the hype metric has reversed in such a way. Front-end frameworks, React is obviously stable where it is, and that, but we see Solid is still carrying on from last year with very similar numbers. Svelte went down a little bit from last year, but it's still in the same range. Qwik spiked it this year, getting in here, but we're all kind of in this 10,000 range this year. This is quite a like push down of the Angulars and the Vues and the world, right? So like, don't get me wrong, Vues total amount puts them in second, but they're split between two projects, right? Angular, HTMX, Lit, Alpine, Preact, Marko, Relay. Like this is definitely interesting. Just to kind of see where people. This is where the conversations on tech Twitter are happening, essentially. So very cool. This means that coming to next year, you're going to hear a lot more about Qwik. So you're going to continue to hear a lot more about Solid, and Svelte's held its ground. But this is kind of, it's interesting times to see this kind of change, because it's been a very steady React, Vue, whatever for quite Angular for many years, and that's not the case right now. React ecosystem again, TRPC just getting right in there, right? Which is completely awesome. Again, backend full stack TRPC, just sneak it in there. What's cool is Astro really is the #2 MetaFramework in general for hype right now, and I think that's great. Like if you see this chart on MetaFrameworks, next like SvelteKit had a big year last year for the MetaFrameworks thing. That's when they spiked it. You see Fresh kind of new entry this year, but. Yeah, really big on Astro. Solid Start got its first notice. We're just entering the fray here. Basically, they looked at. I think stuff had to be in they had to be tracking it for X number of months before they looked at it. The create T3 app should be in here from star amount. They should be up here by remix. I think between Astro and remix, but they weren't there here at the beginning of the year, right? So like if we go to best of JS, if you're wondering where they get their numbers from, it's this website, best of JS, okay? And you could follow this all year. Like I already knew what the results are going to be because I check this from time to time. So you could pick a category here, and like UI framework, and you can still see the numbers for Qwik Solid for the past 12 months, right? But if you look at the last 7 days, it's different. You see Svelte's back up on a hype because of Svelte coming out, right? So essentially, you can get all the numbers and the data that they have from this website. But if I look up create or it's called T3 stack in here. That's funny. These numbers, and look, like if these are good numbers. 33, averaging, but unfortunately for them, they're under Next.js, I guess, which doesn't put them on the framework category, perhaps. And secondly, if I change these results, so let's say I choose things that are Next.js, and I move to 12 months, they don't have enough data to show up on the categories, so they couldn't be included. But I just wanted to give them a little shout out because their star growth would have had them on this chart, definitely. Yeah, especially because the way these growth metrics work in terms of early adopters, we'll see how the top thing, the trends work. This was a critical year, in my opinion, because they jumped out of the gate really strong. It's hard to keep that growth. Like I think it'll be steady, but it's hard to keep like the spike, so to speak, little spikes. But I'm sure they'll be up there next year. But yeah, I mean, all in all, Turbo Repo has been great. This is an interesting thing to look at. As I said, it's more about hype than anything. But again, Next and Astro, like just Astro is definitely the hype right now. I know TK Dodo thought this was amusing that under GraphQL TanStack query was the highest, but it's based on stars, not necessarily how good of it is as a GraphQL client. Here's Redwood getting a bit of a shout out. But yeah, no. Best of JS, check it out. All right, let's keep on going. All right. I didn't miss anything else on Twitch, did I? All right, where are we here? I was on PodRocket. This is cool if you want to hear more about server components and stuff in an audio format. You can just like turn on the background. Okay, last two things for today. Yeah, there's pizza, but I got two more things. Okay. Okay. Thing number one, I want to talk. We got AJ here. I kind of forced him to wait the whole stream for this, but hopefully he's been having fun. I saw this take, and at first I got like a little bit like ruffled by it, but then I stepped back and I want to kind of talk about this for a minute. I haven't retweeted it yet. I wanted to talk about it first. I don't know. I haven't looked at the quote trees. Yeah, this. I agree with Qwik, but I'm more optimistic about Bun than that. Okay. Check this out. Look, I'm just going to read this verbatim, and then we can talk about this for a second, okay? React is to Node as Solid is to Deno, as Qwik is to Bun. Hold on, let me explain. Both sets represent partly the competitive landscape for front-end and back-end for JavaScript projects. React and Node are the clear incumbents, front-runners. They have the most usage, largest, blah, 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 most reference material, enough legacy code being written both that developers busy maintaining them for decades. Okay. In contrast, Solid and Deno are the challengers. They have cheap, notable, and measurable gains over the previous paradigm, both in terms of UX due to performance wins and DX due to better tooling. But it's not clear that either are better enough to drive a migration away from React or Node. They may be 2 to 3 times better, but 10x? I don't know. Qwik and Bun aren't even on the playing field yet, which is to a certain extent simply because they're still too early stage in the life cycle. But more importantly, they've been off inventing brand new paradigms entirely from scratch instead of adopting incremental improvements. Their benefits aren't marginal, they're exponential, but comes at a cost of even more painful migrations and mental model shifts. I think there's a handful of insights you can take away from this analogy. React and Node are still the safe bets that will be guaranteed for production apps and jobs, at least for the next decade. No other project will have this kind of guarantee. The 2020s will be a decade like IBM and Microsoft. No one will be fired for choosing React or Node. If you're hitting the pain points of React or Node, you should look forward to marginal improvements of Solid or Deno and find the shortest path towards getting them integrated into your stack. They're up and coming, but they're becoming ready for serious production use. 3, it's unclear that what impact Bun or Qwik have or what kind of traction they will attain. They're the biggest risks to take right now, but if you generally care about problems they're solving, performance, hydration, cold starts, they're already made their predecessors obsolete. If you come to this thread to say, what about my framework? I'm sorry, cause great pain and offense. Adding projects ruin the analogy. I agree. Yeah. Okay. So, generally speaking, I agree with the statement. I think where I started kind of going off it was around here when we're talking about the 2x to 3x, but not even that. It's not clear, where was it? Their benefits aren't marginal, they're exponential, but it comes at the cost of even more painful migrations and mental model shifts, and are working heavily on ecosystem compatibility, although both are working heavily on ecosystem compatibility. I think they're helpful insights. Okay, cool. So this is what I want to talk about here for a moment. It's talking. There's a statement here about where it says they went off to invent new paradigms instead of adopting incremental improvements. And that was the statement that I took the most offense to. Because, and I'll explain this. I think the analogy is right, and I think in the terms of progress and the outcomes and the analysis in terms of how that is actionable is the right analysis. But from my perspective, it's a little bit different. You have to remember that both Solid and Deno opted for not compat. Right? I just want to point this out here. So I view this a little bit differently because Deno thought they were going out to build something new that didn't work like Node or NPM. Like they changed the underlying building blocks to like what they were doing. You might say that they did it to do similar things, but they actually went and they were like, no, we don't want to use NPM. They weren't compatible with the existing ecosystem, right? And Solid, similarly, it's funny. People keep on like saying, "Oh, it's like React incremental." Solid started from the ground up, not using React's model, and also was not compatible. So it wasn't that these solutions were aiming for marginal improvements. What these solutions were aiming for was, how should I put it? They were aiming for being able to provide a solution that could replace the existing solution holistically across the board. Where at that point when they came into being, no one assumed that you could make a different solution. Like don't get me wrong, like in the framework space there is more of that, like there's Svelte and stuff. But no one assumed that you could make something that looked or felt like React and do everything that React did, but not do what React did. And the same thing with Deno, like that you could just like walk away from Node stuff and that it would be viable to do not Node. So the priorities were different. These frameworks like Solid or platforms like Deno tried to go, how can we cover the whole range of solutions so that we could be a viable replacement with completely new architecture and underpinnings. What are the building blocks? Whereas if you look at maybe Bun or Qwik, they didn't go that way. They're like, how do I solve one, like, more specific narrow problems and get incredible gains of that? Because what they tend to do is when you'd ask them about the wider solution, they'd be like, oh yeah, I'll just do what Dino does, or I'll just do what Solid does. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know about Bun completely in relation to Dino, but the way I'd put it this way is that the Dino Solid kind of tier is about changing the underpinnings. So it's about innovating by changing the core mechanism, like in our case, reactivity. Whereas, say, Qwik and Bun are about optimization. It's about taking that on particular vectors very, 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 very far, and then just kind of shrugging off the rest of the space because they've seen what Solid or Dino has in this case done. It's kind of like assumed that the rest will fall into place. And I think that's the key difference, right? Because you have the situation, and again, I can't speak completely for Bun versus Dino, but when you look at the way that the Dino team or Luca kind of reply to Jared in that, Jared's always like pushing very specific benchmarks, and the Dino team's always like, well, yeah, but what about the whole system? Like, what about the whole end to end? It's great you made that one thing fast, and I guess in this analogy I can relate to that, right? Because it's one of those things where, like, Qwik is really good at that one particular area, for loading and page load and stuff. But, like, if you look at the spectrum of performance on JavaScript Framework, Solid is faster on like 80%, right? So it's like it's kind of like one of those things where it's like I think the like comparison is apt actually when I'm looking at it, and I think the result of how, like, the reason you choose Dino or Solid in that traction, and the reason that it's like a 2x or 3x is because it's a 2x or 3x across the board instead of 10x in like one area or a couple areas that merit future potential. I guess that's the best way I could put it. It's unclear if that 10x expands the whole range, and in fact, I would say if you asked anyone working on Dino or Solid, it most definitely doesn't, right? So it's one of those kind of interesting tensions, because I think someone showed me something called like an adoption curve, and in terms of like bleeding edge, like early adopters, considerate people, behind the edge, like behind that, and like laggards or whatever. And I think it's one of those things where like the focus is different as the projects mature in terms of like where the wins are, I guess, right? Yeah. So I mean, the answer for a lot of people in new French, yeah, of course, right, and that's the whole thing here, right? This isn't saying that any of these stages are better or worse than the other. The only reason I wanted to bring this up was because I think the part about the incremental improvements is difficult to kind of, because I don't know in the Dino and Bun thing, but it's the reactivity that enables Qwik to do what it's doing. Do you know what I mean? Like it's the work that goes into understanding that the component model isn't the right way to break stuff up, that allows to optimize on a specific vector, But to get there, you first have to understand how to get away from the current architecture. Hey. Okay. I don't know. I guess I said my piece on that. There are too many JS frameworks. Exactly. This is the problem. I'm like having this debate here, and people in chat are just like, what the... All I noticed is you just named 6 different projects. Right? So yeah, as I said, I stand by like the first statement, and I stand by like the last statement in terms of the results of this. Like if you're hitting pain points, this is when you should do it. If it's that part, it was just, I think the reason for why is that, and maybe this is always what happens in these patterns. It takes basically understanding that there can be an alternative before you can basically take your mind off to optimize on very specific things. I am aware of it, and I've showed it to few people. I think it is a great starting point to compare syntax. I think it's a little bit Svelte centric is my best way to put it, because it doesn't include any of the stuff that's like Svelte doesn't do, but you can do in React, that like component composition and a few other things. But I think in general it is a very useful website. The problem is like HTML syntax is fine. People have made SFC file stuff. It's more of this like JSX is kind of useful and powerful, and it's an established syntax that I don't have to worry about. Like all the tooling exists, TypeScript, everything works. But like tag template literals, for example, aren't particularly good. Anything that has runtime implicate like expectations, I don't think is a good choice, because you then have to do all the reactive wrapping yourself, and that's clunky. So I definitely like a compiled template type of thing, right? I definitely like if you're gonna go with template language, it should be compiled. Yeah, exactly. I that's why that silly bun conversation is, with the punning is so important, because like it's just a thermometer about, can we change how JSX works? Do you know what I want for JSX? I'm sorry, sub-rant, but almost all the stuff they suggest for JSX 2.0 is actually really interesting. One of the most interesting ones for me is the potential of using do statements in expressions and basically having it implicitly do statements. If they do that, this is incredibly powerful, because it means that you can use for loops in JSX and if statements, but most importantly, for loops. And if you can use for loops in JSX, that means you have a language feature that is analyzable. In the same way that we analyze ternararies, we can analyze for loops. Like I can't analyze a map statement. Like a map statement is just a function. You can't compile it. But with a for loop, you can analyze it. And I mean, I'm not saying I necessarily go this way, because I do kind of like the ergonomic look, but if it worked fine, you wouldn't need show or for components if they had that, because we could actually analyze it from a compiler standpoint. But yeah, it's interesting. All right. We got one last one before we go. Right, and this is the reason I was late for the stream, so we're going to end the same way we started. Long time ago, I built a really simple wrapper to show how you can put React in Solid and Solid in React. And as usual, I just didn't think of anything on it. Like, it's funny, like people usually like make big deals out of, like these kind of things. But like, honestly, I didn't really care about adoption at all. I didn't really care if anyone used Solid, and I didn't care, I like what, it seemed like cool, but I'm like, are you really going to do this in your React app? But someone convinced me that I should look at it again. And I was like, okay, sure. And I'm like, yeah, but compiling JSX in the same project. Well, that's what I was working on. I managed to get 2 different JSXs compiling in the same project. And I managed to make it so that in a simple app, I have a React app, use state, and this is intervals. You can just change the interval. Right now it's at 1 second, so 1,000 milliseconds. And I have a counter component where I pass that interval to, and then as children, I put in some buttons that update. But the fact that it's children doesn't really matter, or the fact that it's children is important, but the fact of what I put in here doesn't really matter. Let's just like, this is not a real case. You'd never pass buttons to a counter child. I just did this for sake. What's interesting about this example is this looks like a normal React app, and if I speed up, the counter gets faster, and if I slow down, it gets slower. Well, way too slow. Yeah, okay, let's speed it up a little bit again. And it just kind of works. But the fun thing about this example, obviously, is that while this is a React app doing this kind of stuff, this counter looks uniquely different. What's this create signal garbage? Sorry, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I zoomed in too much. Okay. This is, it's getting some props in, which is an interval that it either defaults to 1,000 or sets the interval. And then there's a create effect and a cleanup, and then it inserting props children, and it's displaying the count. We could do something here, maybe we should put this in a separate div or something. Give it, I don't know. Should we put this in a div too? I don't know. I guess none of this actually changes anything. Sorry, that part doesn't matter. But what I'm getting at is, like, this is a solid component compiled into solid where we're passing in props and JSX children. And what you end up with is a working solid inside of React. How I did this? Really simple, actually. I just made this wrapper, which I called Reactify after my original Reactify thing. And all it does is uses memo to create a store, like a solid store. And then every time it renders, it sets the props it sets the store with the most recent props. And it has to do one smart thing. It has to go through all the props, and it looks for anything that contains a virtual DOM node, like this VDOM node. And I identify it using this. This is not the best thing, but just you get the idea. And if it finds a VDOM node, it creates a portal against an arbitrary element, and then it ends up passing that element, which is a DOM element, as the prop. So that's what becomes the prop. It becomes the DOM element, and then the portals are made as children of this element that we use as a ref, so that React stays stable. So React basically renders solid inside the span. It could be a div or something. I was just playing around, and essentially renders all the portals that it needs for any children. Like, it doesn't have to be children. We could pass JSX as a prop if we wanted to into here. Like, it doesn't really matter. And that way, for any JSX prop, it'll create a portal where it's read in solid. And essentially, what's cool about this is from the solid component thing, other than the portal wrapper, which you need for event delegation, unfortunately, but other than that DOM wrapper for the thing, the authoring experience for solid is identical. You don't actually, because solid knows how to deal with DOM elements. There's no extra wrapper here. This is normal solid authoring. This is normal React authoring. And you have a solid component working in React. Yeah, and I did solidify for the opposite direction originally. Solidify is making a React component solid. That's where I got the name from. This is just, I originally did solidify because I was thinking, oh, maybe we could put React in components inside solid. And then I was like, after a while, I was like, I don't know if I want React components inside solid. So, but I know a lot of people who want to try solid inside React. So it's like portal islands, the portal islands of solid inside React, kind of. But what happens is solid is just rendered into a DOM node in React. But then we have to portal the React children into, like, the JSX into the solid. So this is how we get transclusion. So, like, we have, these are React VDOM nodes, these buttons, but they're getting rendered inside props.children inside solid. This is how we do that, essentially. Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of show that off a little bit because why is it forking it? Oh, I'm not signed in. Whatever, it doesn't matter. This is cool. I think that we build this a bit up into a library or something, and you know, this could the hardest part about this is just making the right Vite config, and I feel like I could package this in a way that it's universal enough, because all solid packages have a solid export that exports JSX generally, and then we can basically use that as an identifier. Plus, if you put your solid code that's in your app inside a folder, the combination of those two will let us basically know how to process the solid components before sending them to React. What about SSR? Yeah, this does not solve SSR. So SSR would be incredibly more complicated. But I know there's a whole ton of React apps that are not SSR. And we can make this kind of work like seamlessly with SSR, from the sense that we can make it so that like it works kind of like client only components. So essentially it doesn't SSR, but then wakes up the client kind of like web components. So yeah. I mean, people could do micro front ends, but people can do micro front ends already, and that's not enough. Micro front ends suck. Like, you don't want to do micro front ends. No one wants micro front ends. Not a good thing. Sometimes you need micro front ends, but they're not something you want. Yeah, I think if you have both sides, you could. Honestly, I think if you're on a migration path, you want Reactify more than you want Solidify or whatever. Because the problem with Solidify is you don't want to start, if possible. I understand if you wrote your design system in React, it's kind of hard, and then you want to use it in Solid. But I think that's where things start getting a lot more messy. Especially because of expectations on context and stuff. Right now, these solid islands are islands, essentially. And if you wanted to string together the context connectivity between the solid and React apps, it's a little bit trickier. Right now, this is clear separation. This is basically letting you essentially go, I want to rewrite portion of my app. I think the cool thing about solid is it's small. So it's like adding solid to your React app is like a few kilobytes, you know, so it's like not a huge hit. I mean, if you're already using something much larger with React, it's like smaller than React Router. But yeah, I think it starts getting, I will probably do both, but I do think there's some consideration there. Just use Astro for SSR. Yeah. But I know some people will find this interesting. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, the thing is, no one, other than the docs that we provided so far and the GitHub issues, which talk about decisions, and the Discord discussion, you're not going to find there hasn't been enough guides on it. There's been a few. I think I got to pull it up. There's been a few good intros. I think AJ, who was with us in the chat, wrote a good solid start introduction article. But if you really want to dig into it, like everything's new. It's only the work that a couple people, like, we need better docs probably before we even get better guides. Like, you're not going to find a ton of content yet. Please don't create Nextify. I mean, that would be the maybe like an SSR version. Yes, thank you, AJ, for linking your article. Yeah, this is, yeah. Oh, I missed this one. Thank you, Maple. No, there's places where micro front ends make sense, but even then, like, fight them, you know, as long as you can. Yeah. Anyway, how's everyone doing? I got to cut stream now. It's been a good week. I hope everyone enjoyed what we talked about. I'm looking forward to this new year, but I'm hungry and I need to eat some pizza. So, yeah, I'm out of here. Have a great weekend, everyone, and see you next week when we talk about LiveView.js. All right, see ya.